All right, what is up, everybody? We are back, man. Hold on, let me make sure my mic is working. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm like, what the heck? I ain't hear myself. Yeah, we're back, man. Hope you guys have been doing all right. We got something we're gonna be alpha testing today. It's the game that I've been waiting for. I can't say we've been waiting for because I know some of you guys been waiting, some of you haven't. But we gonna be getting into Godforge, bro. Now this is actually gonna be quite interesting because my last alpha that I did was Etheria Restart, like way back when, but that was like 3-4 years ago. So again, all right, I'm interested in you guys' thoughts and opinions, but we have to remember what an alpha is. An alpha is before a beta. So if you've experienced the beta, you know how a beta can feel. So an alpha is a lot of the times like the base of the game. A lot of the times it's like it kind of gives you a general idea what you're going to possibly get on a release. But yeah, so just kind of take that with a grain of salt, you know. Yo, what's good, Tyrese? How you doing, fam? What's good, dude? What's good, Jern? How you doing, fam? So yeah, I mean, again, full transparency, of course, but I'm just saying this at alpha, so I'm not gonna be as hypercritical as if it was like official release, but that's like what it really is about. It's about mechanics, bugs, all that stuff. This is like the super, this is like the super geeky thing to do, right? Playing alphas. Like, yo, you said, well, there's gonna be issues, right? Like bugs, stuff like that. That's what alphas have. I did. I don't know how many of you guys were there when I did the alpha for Duet Night Abyss. Duet Night Abyss, we was walking through floors, bro. So I'm just like, it was what it was, but it was still fun because you kind of got a generalized idea. Like if you look at the alpha video I did for Duet Night Abyss till now, completely different game. But they were able to do the polishing, the shaders, all that stuff, man. So it comes with the territory. Hold on, let me actually make sure I accept this. Right. Go ahead. Yeah, there we go. You said, hoping the game would catch me. Yeah, honestly, like this would be my first time actually seeing all the stuff in game. You said you said the current graphics and art designs too old school. Nothing wrong with that. I think the thing is that like how can I put it? Like you have to determine if you're the target audience, right? Like I think that that's kind of the thing. Okay, so take for a perfect example because I think that this is more relatable. Most of you guys are here more than likely if you came from Tribe 9 or if you came from Etheria Restart. Anyone that had watched from Etheria Restart, like when I first started putting out videos to Etheria Restart when it came out for release, there were things that just like didn't exist. Like the hub, the character polishing was terrible. Like people were like you know, it was just was what it was. But it was early phases, and now the game looks more polished. The game looks a lot cleaner. But yeah, that's just kind of. I did the same thing with dislike. Dislike, like the only thing you could do in early dislike was Chronos. They didn't have the other two dungeon bosses yet. So yeah, it comes with the territory of alphas, man. Like that's just how alphas are set up. You kind of have just the generalized like yeah. What Primo's saying is actually the like honestly is really what matters the most is that alpha taking place is letting people know the game exists. That definitely is really important because some games do like they don't advertise or push their game to build up the hype or the audience that they honestly should have been like preparing prior to. And when the game officially comes out, some people are just like, oh, okay, whatever. But if you can actually like, which I will say there's already a dedicated audience of individuals that are super happy to like play this game, like to be real with you. Like I think they're just like I think the coolest thing with this game, this is one of the first games I've been able to actually witness from beginning to end. Well, we're not at end yet, but from beginning till now, how everything has basically happened. Like, how did they go about making character concept arts? How did they go about doing the rigs and the 3D rendering and all that stuff? That's why I said you like if you're really interested in the game, go look at their channel because they show everything. So usually you don't get to see that stuff with a lot of companies. Usually you see beta phase, which at that point they've already kind of decided on most things. But yeah, that's kind of like where it's at. So yeah, it's a really cool experience, to be honest. You said you've been here since Dislike. Yeah, Dislike, man. Dislike. Oh boy. It's already looked better than what I last seen it as. Because last time I seen this, I don't even think characters had like any rendering on it. Hold on, let me make sure. Is that music too loud, guys? Hold on, I just want to make sure the music's loud enough. We got to get that immersion. Hold on. All right, there you go. Is it too loud? Let me know. It's like keep in mind visuals will only get better. Yeah, they have, dude. I'm telling you, like it already has.
Source of the fires of creation, used by the primal powers to shape the cosmos. Serene, balanced, or so it was. Creation shattered, serenity broken, reality unmade, but pulled back from the brink of oblivion by the strands of fate.
Hey, they got some legit voice actors though.
Fragile, imperfect, marred by endless war. Awaken, Scion, for your great task is at hand. Balance must be restored.
He said, wait a second, this is an Etheria Restart. It's not. All right, so was that Brynhild? Okay, so it says Hell's Blood Ramsey. Is there no end to him? Yo, there's me, bro. I'm in the game. Chill out. Yo, I'm in the game. Chill out, bro. Yo, IRL, my six-pack does look like that. Just saying. My six-pack really looks like this, okay? Just saying. He said relax. Bro, I will say though, that's giving some real tribal music, man. It sounds pretty good. Who are we slapping? I guess we're gonna hit the guy in the middle. Oh, damn. Okay. All right, so one still stands, allow me. Oh, God, you gotta be doing something stupid. Oh, that's not, yo, this actually isn't bad. He said this is Rise of Kingdoms, but but turn-based gacha. Bro, kind of, yo, that's kind of lit though when you think about it. Rise of Kingdoms is mad popular too, which is crazy. All right, so let's see. So are we going skill 3 here? Oh, damn! What was that? It was just I thought she was about to buff. Okay, I didn't think she was gonna just like clap the whole lineup. All right, cool. That's fair. All right, so this is Ra. Okay, that was pretty cool. That was good. That was good impact for sure. All right, so you still persist, fools, morals, you're nothing. All right, so this is kind of interesting though. He about to blow everybody up. Okay, the close up. He legitimately blew everybody up. Okay. So, all right, we just don't even get to fight him. Oh, we just died. Okay. Hey, listen. That's cool too. I'm cool with that. Hey, blow me up by the sun, or get blown up by the sun god, you know? Why not? All right, let's see. I can't not start the game with Ramses, bro. I feel like I would be doing myself a disservice if I didn't pick the bald black guy, you know? All right, so hold on. Let me see. Acid. So I'm assuming it's a form of dot. Yeah, we gotta go Ramses, bro. I feel like that's the closest you're gonna get the Kratos on start. Yeah. He said, yo, hey, listen. I'm not making that mistake again. But the characters actually do look pretty good. They actually do look pretty solid, which is like, it's really nice to see, to be honest. 20% attack up in all battles. Hold on now. Do they all have that? Oh, cool. So it looks like these, because these are definitely starters, but they all have the same leads. So that's pretty cool. And then attacks all enemies, 500% attack. If an enemy is defeated, then increase the turn meter of this hero by 30%. Okay, that just always kind of busted. 20% increased damage to enemies under acid. Okay. Now, the thing is, though, is that a... Wait, is this a... Okay, that actually, I'm assuming is going to be something everybody can take advantage of. So that's like debuff damage amp into... Okay, interesting. He has Drain. See, I got to figure out what some of these are, though. Like, is Drain like life steal? Or is that energy? So Drain 2. Okay. You said on release you better cosplay. Okay. I will say this because the release is a little bit away. But if we hit, if I hit 40K on the channel, which I'm not that far from that, I'll cosplay Ramses. I got you guys. I might just do it just because, but you said the cosplay gonna cost him his whole rent. Oh, bro, listen, that's not an issue. Promise you, that's not an issue. Ooh, she's bleed. I got Obero PTSD though. so I don't know. I got Obero PTSD, but she does have speed up too for herself. I'm gonna go Ramses though. I'm gonna go Ramses. Yeah, that's what. Yo, I do that exact thing every time I end my stream. You know? All right, so restore balance. This is your task. Go forth and push your path. Oh, damn. I got to put in information. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. I gotta fill this out. Hold on. You said it isn't saying damage increase for Ramses, but again, this is alpha, so you won't know until battle. Yeah, there's some things they already did address. Like there's certain like actually, hold on. They did tell us this. I'm just being dumb. They posted the what all the debuffs were in like buffs. I just got to find what channel that's in because they definitely did say something in the in their last video that Simon put up. Cause yeah, that's kind of important, you know. But they definitely did post it. I just gotta find it. Let's see. That's idea. Yeah, I'll look for that in a second. Let me just do this. I feel like I'm on a typewriter right now. All right, there you go. Okay, so oh yeah, also too, guys, there's no summoning in this, by the way. I don't think there's any summoning in the alpha. I mean, it's kind of similar to what we had experienced on I was like, was that early dislike? Yeah, it was kind of sort of like that. All right, so let's see here. I think we just go into battle. Yeah, we don't get the Gamba yet. It's too early. It's too early. Wait, do we only have one character right now? Hopefully we clap this. Yeah, they said they were on the stages. Yeah, the characters are on stages. All right, so I remember this lady, but let me see. What is this? That's my So 35% chance to place acid. Let's see what the detail is. There it is. Okay, so disable armor sets. That just sounds busted. And inflicts. Oh, so okay. So this ignores defense, I'm assuming, and then inflicts 5% max HP damage at the start of the turn. Damage is doubled to shields and barriers. Oh. Okay. That sounds kind of toxic. No pun intended, you know? I think they have different camera angles too. I don't know which camera angle I prefer though. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This one, the top view is similar to what we have in Etheria Restart, but when units do things, they'll zoom in like close, like here. But then they also have this one too. I guess it just all depends, because I think this one is a little bit more of a reference from like Raid. So yeah, I think so. All right, let's see. Well, she almost didn't even get a turn. Nah, he definitely got impact though. Oh damn! Oh nah, Ramses is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He got two AoEs. That's gonna be like I've already seen enough. That's all I need to see. He has like no cooldown on that. Like, wait, what's this cooldown? Oh shoot, we got the composite bowman, dude. I'm not gonna lie. This might be a little bit biased, but if I could make a full team of black ball guys, you kind of got me. I don't know. Hold on. I think you got me. I think you got me. like I think you got me. Let's see. So there was a Spartan, dude. This is like, yo, that's kind of. let me edit my team. Let me see. Do we want the composite bowman? You have an AoE, sir? Oh, that's busted. Oh, yeah. Give me that. You said I'm seeing a pattern. Golden black guys being overpowered. Dude, it's always like that, you know? All right, so cool. That's gonna be the squad. Now, if you didn't read what he does, by the way, he hits an enemy 3 times, and if he kills, he has a 50% chance of hitting him again, or getting an extra turn. So that's why I'm definitely using that guy. Hey, let's go for it. Bro, if Ramses lets him get a turn. I'm gonna need you to be a little bit smarter there. Oh, he got an AoE too? Oh yeah, it's over. Composite bowman. He a 1-star too, dude. Or common, I think. Oh yeah. Who this? Oh, okay. Now, what do you do though? Mend. Okay, we're gonna have to actually look at your kit. Let's go back. So that's our first female character, but what does she do? Mend, details, reduce bleed stacks by 1 and heal 10% of max HP. Yo, this game got mad gimmicks. I can already tell, because I think people that really are really gonna want a big brain are gonna like this game, because that, I don't even know if I've seen anything like that. Reducing a bleed stack by 1 and then heal 10% of max HP at the start of the turn. That's such a specific gimmick. That's mad specific. Remove 1 random debuff from all allies and increase turn meter by 15%. And by a further 5% if a debuff is removed from the ally. Damn, okay. And then they already have pairings. So if Tristan is on the enemy team, has a 75% chance to place Charm for 2 turns. That's dope. Gain 30 Divinity when placing a buff on an ally. Yeah, counter bleed is crazy. Like I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of. But if I'm being real though, like from where the game that they come from, it makes sense because they be having to deal with a lot of random like crazy stuff. Like I don't know how many of you guys play Raid, but like Stone Skin running rampant. Like yeah, if you play in metas like that, yeah, you kind of prepare for a lot. Now this though, we didn't get the full. What was this one? What's the challenge? Oh, I gotta go back and beat it with strength heroes. Okay, so they kind of give you a reason to go back. Okay, makes sense. I think we're gonna throw her in there because she's turn meter push, so I don't see why not. That right there is kind of ridiculous though. Defense up with a turn meter push. Kind of nasty. So, Kat, to answer your question, they've already done the emails for the first. This is the first alpha, but they have 2 more alphas that they're going to be doing. The second one is going to be, I think, capped at 30,000 people. The last one is going to be open to everyone, and they're going to be doing a competition with the last alpha. So. Okay, Icarus. Sharpen 1, 350. This hero's attack increased by 10% when defeating an enemy, stacking up to 3 times, so 30%. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, wing character is kind of fire, you know? And then he has a passive. If this hero's under blaze, increases int by 5 and decrease speed by 5. If this hero's not under blaze, increase speed by 5. Okay. So it's like a give or take buff. Let's see here. It's a yet I don't know. I've been living on that game since release. Shit, kind of crazy. Wait, what game have you been playing, Captain Fuzzy? Which one are you talking about? All right, let's see. I don't know if I want to throw him in yet. I might. We'll rock with what we got for right now. I did see. Okay, so there's different. So that's Slayer set. So they have an attack set. They got defense set. I don't think I have. How many? What was the bonus though? Oh, 2 bonus. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do this. And then what is that? Oh, brawler set. So they got an HP set. Okay. It's pretty cool. So you got your standard stuff. Yeah, you got your standard stuff. Now I know that when we get to official release, like they're doing the alphas in this cavern style, which is kind of like this tower mode. But when we get into official release, they're gonna have the whole game accessible. So the whole game's not even accessible yet. But enemies are looking pretty solid. Units are looking pretty solid. And I already know once they add the final magic touch on the rendering and shading, this is gonna look really good. And I know they said they were fixing the text too. The flow is actually really good too. The flow actually is really good. All right, so Shub Lugal, what's he do? Radiance. Dog, this is gonna be fun just to learn what all the units do, cause attack down. Ooh, he scales off of defense and attack. You know what though? I do kind of like when they break down the scaling, because I think that's one thing we kind of lack in Etheria right now. Like there's no clear indication on if a character still scales off of attack, even if they are like defense scaling, right? Like there's nothing that really indicates it. It's just like, oh, it's defense there, but you know, do they still get some value off of a little bit of attack or not? So this like clearly indicates like it's a multiplier to the defense and to the attack. So that's actually pretty sick. A stalwart, that sounds very defense. I'll have to look at what that is though. All right, let's go to the next one. I actually don't know if we could have added another character, but it kind of like Rams is over here just one-shotting everything. Oh my god. Okay, so actually, I thought it only did 3 chains. This man is freaking Aries. He said, is this an idle game? No, it is actually a turn-based game. I just got it on auto right now. I'm trying to get through all the easier stuff, so when I get to the stuff where I actually got to play, we're just there. So you do have those moments where the characters do get to go in and do their hits and stuff, so... He was looking around like, anyone else? Oh, bruh. It's just a whole lion, you know? But you know what, though? That is one thing I wish we did have. I wish we did have, like... I mean, we got the shell system, so I can't complain. But, like... Dude, who doesn't want, like, a giant, like, lion or bear playable, you know? All right, so ward. Okay, 2 cooldowns. We got taunt. Yeah, this is absolutely for our furry lovers, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm only getting 2 stars right now, so I'm about to go back to some of these stages. I know that's the jester right there. Oh, damn, they got it too. You said she gotta save me from this path, bro. Dude, listen, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of, you know, furry gaming, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Hey, even Superman got a dog, you know? Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I kind of like this composite bowman. He's kind of cool for him to be uncommon. For that to be uncommon, that character kind of doing some stuff right now. Like that's kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so cool. We got some pants. We can actually put pants on now. Let me actually go back. You said next you'll be playing the racehorsing game for hours. I lost my friends to that game. Yeah, Ume's not gonna get me, bro. I promise you. It's not my kind of game, bro. All right, so let me see here. Give him some. Try to at least get a set activated on each character for right now. She just straight buffing. If you got defense. Okay. Go with that for now. All right. I think we should be able to add our 4th person soon. Yeah, because if you look here, there's other content that we'll have in the future. So they got dungeons, they got arena, they got campaign. So we're not even doing any of the campaign stuff. Which they did say they wanted to save that because that actually has like cinematic stuff that goes with that. So they said that they were saving that for the official release, so that wasn't ruining that experience. And then we have bosses too. Explorations, there's a market. The Godforge is going to be, I think, the gacha aspect when that unlocks. So yeah, it's stuff already laid out. All right, so we did that one. Yeah, the music is pretty nice. Yeah, they did pretty well with the music. Let's see here. So I don't know who we want that 4th character to be. Let's go with Icarus. You said Uma was good the first few days, but but you just play career mode over and over and over. I mean, hey, if you like that type of game loop, man, that's really what it is. Bro, Ramses, I don't know. That might be my pick on release. This man is just straight up dog walking right now. Oh, he's dead. Get an extra turn. Okay. Oh my god. Yo, This composite bowman is kind of busted. Ooh, we got a dupe. We got to dupe Ramses. Yo, the composite bowman is like kind of low-key good though, because it's just his kit. But again, we love to see it. That's what you want to see. You want to see good low rarity characters. Alpha, yes, they send the alphas out by emails, yeah, because there's actual codes that go with them. So what I would say, badly, is if you want to play the next alpha. So what they're doing, and what I can like definitely appreciate, is that in between each alpha, they're going to be taking things, bug fixing, enhancing things, so that each alpha experience is better than the last one. I'm going to be playing all of them, but if you want to be able to play potentially the second one, go to their website and sign up there. It's the Godforge, and I think I have it linked. Hold on, I'll drop the link. Hold on, let me grab the link. But go to their website, sign up for their alpha. It's like simple info. You just put your email and stuff like that in, and then the very last alpha is accessible to everybody. So I know the next alpha is capped at 30K. So if you definitely want to try it, make sure you sign up. Hold on, let me actually pull up their website so I can drop it for you guys. Cause yeah, that right there is kind of why I was like, hey, I kind of like seeing the process. Let me see. Let's see where. Let's just do this. Boop. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay, so here we go. So yeah, if you go to this website, you can sign up for the test phases. I dropped them in both the Twitch and the YouTube chats. You said just sign for this one. Make sure you check your spam and stuff like that too, because I don't know. Because I'm gonna be real, they might have hit cap, because I know just on the channel alone it's like 80-something thousand people. But on their Discord, I don't know how many people's actively in there, but it's pretty popping. I'm not gonna lie. I think their Discord right now is actually kind of popping. Not gonna lie. Like, so they definitely got hardcore people ready for this game, to be honest. Oh, they put you in the second one? Listen, there's nothing wrong with it, just because at that point they'll have more things like fleshed out too, so you'll get a better experience going into the next one. So that's the other thing too. And then the third one, like I said, is the competition. You said that Etheria gives you permission to log into people's accounts. No, nobody's actually responded on that yet, so I'm still waiting. I know they were dealing with EWS, so I'm just waiting right now. You said, what's up, Ryan? How you doing, fam? You said iOS isn't ready yet. Oh, is iOS not up yet? Did they announce that in their Discord? Because I know they were announcing some stuff in the Discord too. Yeah, I know they were announcing some stuff in the Discord, because I'm playing on PC, and that's also like the plus too. When you're already running an alpha with a PC client, is kind of a good sign anyway, because some games be acting like that's just like impossible. Oh, he said it in his stream 5 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Bro, this game is actually, I gotta give it to him, bro. Again, it's a whole bunch of CCs that's making and developing this game, bro. I gotta give it to him. I am impressed, because it's not the easiest task to go and just make your own video game. It's just like, we all talk about doing it, but it's nice to see like somebody that's like, all right, I'm gonna kind of show y'all how to do it. At least for the type of genre that they're trying to go into, which I think is pretty cool. All right, so we got some. Oh, these are actually the weapons now. So that's right. These are the okay. So they have strong hits inflict 10%, increase damage, increase the damage of ultimate abilities by 3%. Well, we know we're giving that to Ramses. The man is just like straight up clapping everything. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, it looks like he can just equip that. We can enhance it. We don't. Oh, we do have some tablets for it. And what is that? That's an accuracy and HP increase. What's the other one? Attack and defense. Oh, you know what though? I do got to pay attention to that. But the ultimate ability doing more damage is pretty sick, so we'll leave that. I think I got a boot. Oh, there we go. So now that should show. I think it shows all your active. Yeah, it shows all your active set bonuses. So we got 2 Slayer sets active right now. So that's pretty sick. We're gonna go ahead and give you this. So wait, but are you a strong? Do I got legs? Hold on. Did I put legs stuff on it? Oh wait, that's another one. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I do. You're right. I don't think I have a glove though, so I still have to wait for that. But yeah, we do got legs. Yeah, we do got legs. We do got legs. Yeah, we just need a glove. So then we'll get that bonus going. And then Ramses will be straight for right now. But yeah, I think that will be cool for now. I don't even know. This dude look crazy. Oh, go back. We're on 9. Each stage has a different reward drop. Okay, cool. Yo, what's up, Pow for Pow? Appreciate you for the appreciate you for the super chat, bro. You said yo, Zox at work last night. I watched your vid with Godforge and Loki. That body makes you look. Oh man. Oh, you watched the podcast video? I'm dead. Yeah, yeah, I've had the luxury of being able to do some sit down stuff with Simon and Sham and Chosen. It's a cool experience, man. They, like I said, they value everybody's opinion, which is really cool to see. Yo, I'm kind of doing bad damage right now. You said, plus you sounded way less playful, so I was like, damn, Zox grown. Bro, no, because we were kind of having, like, it wasn't, we laughed and stuff, but like, yeah, it was like they were asking like serious stuff about like their vision and their game and stuff like that. So I just wanted to know how sincere, or let them know how sincere I was being. Bro, that 50% extra turn is crazy. Yo, he just gets to keep going, yo. That's crazy. All right, so we got Dagonet. Okay, is that what they're calling him now? Why did I feel like he was called something else before? I swear it was like Jester or something like that, but he probably does. We'll see what he does. Dupes, hold on. I know there was my brain is like, I'm like merging games right now. Let's put too many gotchas on the brain. But I'm pretty sure, is that under Awakening? I think it is. I think it's here. Yeah, so this game, and I don't know exactly how they're going to go about, I did talk about this in my video, but you can use either a dupe of the character for imprinting, or you can use, they have another resource that's going to be like a, what would you call that? Like a general class like resource basically for replacing dupes. So I'm pretty sure they're going to probably have like events or maybe drops. Who knows how that's going to work on official release, but it'll allow you basically to supplement or substitute that. And like, for example, here, I think we have, let's actually just go ahead and do it because I don't care. We get an ability upgrade. So it says if an enemy is defeated by this ability, place acid on the enemy with the lowest HP for 2 turns. And that's Awakening 1. But hold on, let me actually see what he currently has now, just so I can see what the difference is. Let's see, go back, abilities. So it's already, oh wait, did it give a percentage increase? So it's 35% chance here. I think it went to Wait, so wait, what does it go to then? Hold on. All right, we're just gonna do it then. So it's at 35%. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see if a percentage chance goes up or something. Unless that's like maybe possibly bugged. Oh, nope, it added more. I said, as an enemy of this, wait, okay, so if the enemy is defeated by this ability, places asset on the enemy. Oh, okay, that's what it does. Okay. So it naturally, I guess at base was the attack one enemy with a 35% chance to place the acid, but if they're defeated by this ability, then it places acid on the enemy with the lowest max HP for 2 turns. So I guess this is like an in conjunction. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. That's kind of cool. So they're probably just have to rework that. I think that maybe might be like a display bug, maybe, because yeah, it was showing the base ability and not the awakened one. Okay, so not too bad. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the game, like I said, is way cleaner than I was expecting it to be. Like I said, you see the game for what it's worth, like when someone else is like showing it, but when you actually get to see it in front of you, it's like, okay, this is a little bit different. Which again is I think kind of the response you kind of want, really. But yeah, it looks like that was affecting skill ups, and it looked like it also might have had some stat stuff. I'm gonna check check and see, because it looked like it might have been both. Yeah, it looked like it might have been both. But just knowing that you got universal resources also too, that's going to be a thing for the game, is pretty sick. Because we don't have that like in Etheria. Like right now, it's just like, it's the unit themselves and that's it. But we also don't have a hard time acquiring units nearly as much. All right, so this must be like the first challenge stage. Oh, you got wreck. Oh my God. Just wrecked her kneecaps. Okay. Hey, we got a ninja lady. So Konaichi. And she's a poison. Oh, she's acid. We love Dot. So Dot, that's basically poison. So wait, she's okay, she poisons and sleeps? And procs vulnerability and goes invisible and you can't target her? Because I'm assuming that's what Vanish is it? Okay. So, oh, she's gonna be nuts on bosses. Yeah, we're gonna keep that as a mental note. We are definitely gonna keep that as a mental note. And then they have a set called Wolf, which is a attack plus 1% each turn. Max stat. Oh, max. Okay, max is 15 stacks. Interesting. Bear. These are some interesting sets though. So Bear is a defense increase of 1% on each turn. Max is 15 stacks. That's interesting. Okay. You said I gotta make a Dot team, bro. I feel like, hold on, is she all single target though? That's one enemy. Oh, 60% chance to place vulnerability on enemies under acid for 1 turn. So actually, ooh, we might do that. Hold on, yeah, let's take Icarus out. We'll go to the heroes, and then we'll actually level her up, because that actually sounds kind of busted, but we shall see. But hold on, let me actually double check this really quick. Bonus to Nate. Yeah, so it's combination stat and also combination skill. So it looks like, which I think this is like, is that like intelligence or something? And then this is initial divinity, which I think initial divinity is the turn. I'm almost certain. I think that it's like their turn, like their turn meter stuff. Yeah, I think that's turn meter because it says here, it says when it enemy is defeated, then increase the turn meter of this hero by 30%. And it says you gain 80 divinity when defeating an enemy. And it's specifically here, if an enemy is defeated, then you gain 30% turn meter, which I guess that equals to 80 divinity. So I guess that what his skill up does, which again, he's a rare unit, so I don't think he's going to be super hard to get. But his actually gives him initial divinity plus 50. So it makes him quicker to start out with his, I'm assuming his turn at that point. So that's actually pretty sick. That could be it, Cat. That might be. This is gonna be a learning process because this is literally day one. And I mean, obviously, you know, like some general stats. But hold on. Actually, I forgot. It has this. Wait, so initiative increases the amount of divinity generated by your hero in battle, which is required. Oh, no. Okay, actually, that's more balanced because I was like, wait, that's kind of busted if it's turn meter. But it's ultimate. That's why he pops his ult so fast. Okay, that's why. Okay, so he's like basically gonna be a he's probably gonna be a farmer. So I think also like for those that probably have like experience from like raid or even E7 where you had to make a farming character, we really didn't have to do that in Etheria. Now I'm thinking about it, we actually didn't have to do that. I never thought about that. That's one process we don't have in Etheria Restart. We don't have a classification of like a farming unit, right? Like in these games, normally there's units that you build specifically for farming, or wave clearing. So he's giving like that wave clearing like type of vibe basically, because if he's killing, building and generating more divinity to pop his ult more, and the more initiative will make your ultimate happen more frequently. So that's really what it does, I guess, is that you get that initiative increase of 5, and then you get the divinity increase, which helps the generation of your or fulfills the required amount to use the ult. But initiative makes your ultimate happen more quick. Okay, I'm gonna still have to mess around with that and test things, but we'll see. That's pretty cool though. Okay. We learned some things. All right, so we're gonna go. I was actually gonna level her. That's what I was about to do. I was gonna level her. Interfaces are not that bad either. I know you're saying there might be some latency stuff, but you said Yeli and Messiah are farming units. They're not. They're good at wave clearing. They're not. What are we farming in Etheria? We don't have to walk anything. We don't have to, like, we're not farming anything. They wave clear, but they're not farmer units, right? And they don't do anything that helps them generate like ult and stuff like that to be able to skill 3 or stuff like that quicker. Most of their builds is based around the pairings. So you put them with like a Lily or somebody else like a Kachi the guard so that you can generate their abilities more frequently. But that's all self-sufficient. They're doing that all on their own. So like Ramses is, if he kills a wave, he basically gets the ult again, which is what's kind of, the turn after he uses his skill 2, he gets the ult again, basically is what it looked like. So yeah, we don't have to do anything like that. They kind of took that whole process out and they just was like, Shadow Prince, you don't have to level any food or anything like that. And then you just farm XP. But I would argue like really we don't have like units that's dedicated to farming, because you can clear the current highest EXP dungeon with anything. It's just like you don't really need to use a specific unit to do that. Like really, like I was using Ramoka to blow that up, like, you know, to be honest. Is all I can think of similar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking was like E7, like again, raid, that's where a lot of the CCs that's working on this game come from. That's one of the very first things that you do. You build a unit for farming so that you can build other things on your account. And like it's like the Kel, right? Like that's one of the first units that you have that helps you with the clan boss, that helps you farm, etc. Right? So I think that's kind of like that basically. You said Rin would be the closest. She's for quick clears. Oh, you're talking about Rin the Unbowed? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. You said, does Godforge have walking the dog star-ups? No, I don't think so. Cause okay, so hold on, let me explain this. If you go to, and I can't really say for official release, but as it is now, They have it set up. Can I upgrade it from here? Where's it at? Okay, yeah, there it is. Ascension, right? So is he already? That's okay. He's a 1 star. Oh, promote. There it is. I'm like, that's Ascension. Okay, promote. There we go. So what they did was they kind of simplified the system. Like, so a character's innate value can be utilized to, like, say, take a character's, like, to invest in a character to take them to the next star rarity based off of that thing's rarity, right? So they have these souls, for example, which the souls have different rarities. So you can have a 1 star soul, you can have a 2 star soul, 3 star, etc., right? But then each character's actual rarity, so common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, equates to a star, right? So, like, for example, if I'm using, like, say this for 1 star, I could use just that 1 star soul, or I can use well, I'm using my uncommon right now, but I'm using my common right now, but I can use a common unit is equivalent value to a 1 star soul. Equivalent value to a 2 star soul is an uncommon unit, right? So when I get over to trying to now go into here, I could use my uncommons, right? Even though they're 1 star, I don't have to take them up to 2 star to use them as a 2 star fodder. Their actual rarity dictates that, if that makes sense. And I think it's like a lot more simpler. It's a little bit, it sounds complicated, but it's actually simpler. So normally or traditionally, if a character, even if a character's rarity was something, they still would have to be the corresponding star rarity. So even if you pulled them, let's say a nat 4 star, but you want to use them as 5 star or fodder to turn a unit into 6 star, you would still have to take that unit to 6 star. But I mean, again, that's a little, like Simon said, is kind of crazy if you take like your 5 stars and you start feeding them to characters. Like, I mean, you could do it. It would take you up, but most people probably aren't going to do that, especially right in the beginning. That's definitely something people will probably do much, much later. But they, like I said, also very similarly to what we have in Etheria, where we have shadow prints, they have a resource that replicates that essentially. So he said not having a Lily is both a curse and a blessing. Found some amazing teams that can potentially work if the economy was. Yeah, that's hey, that's fair, right? That's one thing I've been very transparent about. Like, I can't argue the economy at all. Like, I've been telling everybody, is just kind of like, you know, there's the things you can do. Like, I made my video where it's like the unlucky do this, like, you know, basically. And it's like, you can only really fixate right now on what you tangibly can work on. Like, if you don't have Lily, it's like, I mean, you could still make other things work, but it's a matter of like, if you want to do the work to make it work. So it just all kind of depends. Oh, damn. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I was like, literally, they asked me something completely different. So I went on a whole tangent about that. But thank you for reminding me. Let me see here. Oh, that's the other thing. This system also levels up at the same time too. So like, if you're taking a character up to 2 star, it's also leveling them at the same time. That's why you don't see a separate level tab. So in order for you to take a character to that next promote, you got to level them anyway. So they just combine the system. So it's kind of intuitive when you think about it. Like, that's actually kind of smart. So yeah, like that's kind of how that goes. So you can level the character up. And you can still do it by notches as well. And then go into the next star rarity, right? I think most of these characters are like 8, so I'm gonna just promote her there. Thank you, game. I gotta think about skill ups soon too, because I'm almost certain it's just... Is it just gold? No way. Wait, is it just... Okay, no, it's skill books. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, am I blind? Okay, it does require skill books. I was like, dude, if this game is just using gold to level up unit skills, that's different. I was like, oh boy. Yeah, I see the books. Yeah, I was being blind, dude. I definitely see them now. All right, so we'll throw this on her for now. All right, cool. So it's like, it's a very, very familiar, but also different at the same time as far as the systems, which I always like a little bit of like things that I can like relate to, but I also like new systems too. Or even simplified, I would say. All right, so I think that might be my squad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Cause she gotta go second. Oh yeah, she goes after. That's beautiful. I don't even gotta worry about speed tuning. Oh, never mind. Wait, I forgot. We can't actually test it until he like stop one-shotting everything. Yeah, there's that. Probably have to see it on a boss. And so far, music-wise, I've heard like, I feel like I've heard 4 different themes so far. Oh my god. Oh, that was kind of sick. Okay. They put in some effort though. That's crazy. All right, we got the Desert Raider. What do you do? So you said you wanted to join my poison harem. You want to join my poison harem, huh? Dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. They're making this way too easy for me to build a poison setup right now. Dude, that's kind of funny. So they have Disruptor, which is an accuracy 2-piece bonus set. Invoker is a resistance set. Okay. So it's cool to see that they have there's gonna be build diversity. Chat, I don't know if I'm supposed to be having this much fun right now. I gotta know. I gotta ask some of the other content creators that picked different starters how their wave clears are looking, because Ramses is like looking mad busted right now. I can tell you right now she's gonna be better on like probably single target bosses and stuff like that. All right, so we got another Invoker. All right, we're gonna keep pushing it till we can't, and then we'll double back. His legs were shaking. Good death animation. Yo, Ramses really just doesn't care. Oh, that was cool. Give me an extra turn? Oh, no, never mind. Ooh, we got this Viking looking dude from Asgard. What do you do, sir? So attack one enemy, 145% attack 2 times with a 20% chance to grant an extra turn. And it has the sharpen 1 on this hero for 2 turns. Okay. So it's actually not bad. Let's actually go here. She actually survived that. Is that the Green Knight? You said waiting for Ms. Zox ratio, no diff luck. Bro, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think she's gonna want to play this. I think she will play this actually. That vanish just, that's actually kind of like a fire concept. It's like, I know I'm disappearing, but I'm gonna be obnoxious about it. Okay. So it's taking me about a minute. All right, so we're on floor 15. I think it's a boss floor. I think it's every 5 floors. But Rams is just... Yeah, he's just kind of ridiculous. Let me see something. Okay, it's kind of interesting depending on the angle you go with. You get different interactions. Yeah, so this one seems to have like more animation cuts and stuff like that. All right, so yeah, there we go. See, you got a 2-star soul, rank 2. Yeah, I think it might. I might have lied. It might have been every 10. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. They feel really, really overpowered. Like, I mean, I'm not complaining. Let me be OP. Like, let me be OP. Let's see. Do we want to take Ramses up now? Might as well. Oh, but you know what? I should wait. That would be smart. But we'll go ahead and take him up 1. Rank 2. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep the same team. Yeah, there's no need to change it. He said, "What makes this different than Raid Shadow Legends? It looks like just a rescan. This alpha is years away from release. It's not. They already are running 3, and they plan to release the game. I think they said like early. I think it was like quarter 1 or 2 next year. Is when they plan on releasing it. So it's not far off. But I mean, as far as like differences from what I've been able to see, because a lot of it, like this is the first time we've actually been able to play the game. But I think what they're trying to do is make the game more community driven. So actually giving players like more of an experience that they want to have. I think they still are going to be trying to lean into what I think players from that community find fun is the ability to have the ability to play the game different, but still be able to complete things, right? So I don't think they're going to shy away from like unit diversity or you not having the exact same thing as someone else, but you being able to generate and craft different teams and still be able to progress, but that accessibility just kind of existing and being there. So I know like that was like one thing that a lot of their community was pushing for was like lower rarities having longer longevity in terms of like how you can use them in upscale content, right? So this is why I kind of like, I know even in like early raid, like now, if you hop on raid, there's not really too many low common units you're just gonna invest in right now. Maybe rare units you're leaving? Okay, all right, love you. Maybe some rare units, but like commons, there's like maybe one, because might be maybe a couple, but those were like from years ago. So I think it's that. I think gacha wise, we have to kind of wait and see how they're going to approach that. But I think just in terms of having like better free flowing events, better community events, stuff like that, I think is really what they're trying to push. But I don't think they're going to take away the, I don't think they're going to try to create a game kind of similar to like how it is with E7 or Etheria Restart, where everybody has the exact same things. I think they want players to be able to play the game and still be able to go through it and have different experiences, but still get the same result, which I actually do prefer that. Like, if I'm being honest, if Raid wasn't the way it is, I actually would prefer for my turn-based game to be more similar to that. I think that that's the thing that kind of made Summoner's War fun for me, was that granted, it was kind of like a copy pasta of like just change the attribute but use the same unit 4 times. But you could have, especially as they start to make the game better, you could have basically a different experience or different loadout or different team setup using different things. I think my biggest hope with this game is that they make sure that that's the tone they set when it first drops. So it's kind of hard to like say like this is gonna be the case when the game releases, because you don't know until the game releases, right? But I think they've been doing their best to do the work to implement things that community members actually want. So a lot of the things that this game currently has is features and functions that players have asked for. They have actually had a pretty direct hand in helping the development team make aspects of the game. They still do make their own decisions, but they do ask the community for a lot of feedback and input on different things. And there's even some things that they've even told us that they got lined up that it might not be visible right now, but they're things that they have for future updates when the game is out that they're going to have for players to be able to do that players ask for. So I think the other thing is too, right? What your statement is, I'm not faulting you for it, but it's the same thing that was said with Etheria Restart, right? Like it got called a HSR clone. Like I feel like it's just kind of what happens with any game that looks like something similar. They did that with King Arthur. When that came out, they're like, oh, this is just a raid clone. I'm like, but the games don't even play the same. Like, you know, so I think like it's the genre, which this is a more of a Western style or appeal, versus like Etheria is a little bit more of, is a little bit more Eastern with the anime. So that's kind of that. You said, I know they were conflicted with needing gold to unequip gear, so not sure if they made a decision on that. From what I've seen, I mean, I don't need that to remove. Are you talking about in this game? Because, yeah, I mean, it's equip, unequip, right? Like, it's like, that's that, right? But you said Etheria got caught at HSR clone. Yeah, dude, I like when I was putting out, because remember, I was one of 2 content creators amongst the first people that actually was shining light on Etheria Restart. And the thing that ended up actually happening was every time I would stream, there would be people that would come in. This game's dog. It looks trash. Why would I play this if I can just play HSR? It looks like HSR, but worse, right? That's all people used to do. And then guess what? As soon as the game came out, everybody was trying to play it. So I'm like, I mean, it just be people talking a lot of times. I think a lot of times once they see the final product, it's what happens with anything when you see something starting. People don't invest or believe in the vision until they see the end result. Usually that's what people sign up for. Those that invest early, that's because they like, for me, I like the vision of what I see. Every game that I've been on, I've always liked the vision of what they initially presented, you know. If I'm not mistaken, you can input skills or abilities from one champ to another as the game goes on. So the game really revolves around customization and playing characters you want. Broken characters won't be the meta. Yeah, especially for like your general progression, because PvP might be, you know, we'll see how PvP looks, but I'm hoping that that's super diverse too. And it should be considering the ranges of units, but like PvE, I think like in reality, if you do look at like even Raid, as much as people love to call it the type of game it is, which I get it, that game does have a lot of diversity still. Like there are a lot of different synergies and setups that you can do in that game to do different things. Now, whether or not you can get a specific one, that's a little bit of a thing anyway. But you know, that's Raid, you know. So I think that that's the thing that they really are like. I think it's fair to say the community asked for them to even start considering making a game. I think there was like want to make one, but then the community really supported them and said, you know what, like if you guys are going to take that extra step to make it, we'll support it. So I would be real, their Fateless channel has 85,000 subscribers on it, and the game is having its first alpha right now. So like that's why I also say, like, you know, if you think about, okay, what is Etheria Restart's YouTube channel is currently at what, right? Like, if we're being real, what is it at right now? Now, mind you, XD company is, I mean, it's a predominant company. Like they have backing from Tencent. They have other games, right? So yeah, they have other games, and I think Etheria Restart is. Let's see. That's the boy RNJ. Yeah, so right now, Etheria Restart, after official release, has 63K that makes up their community right now, at least on visibly on YouTube. Right now, obviously they're out, so they have communities on Reddit. They got their Discord. They have, people that just don't get on social media, right? Like they have all those people. But this is like before any major marketing, before any, like again, this is the first alpha, and it's not really technically fully public because the next alphas are going to be more public. So yeah, I mean, like, bro, like they have a pretty promising like projection in my opinion, because you already got like 80 something thousand people that's like, yeah, we rock with you, and then you haven't even started really marketing your game yet, and really like, and they've done some, but not a crazy amount. Like, hey, we're like launching today, not that type of marketing yet. So yeah, they're doing amazing for them to just come out of nowhere and just be doing stuff, You said when you have 300 plus characters, it gets hard to get one without welling. Said his game has how many right now? It's 67. 67. I think that's the thing though too. It's just like depending on the types of banners they run. Like I'm not sure if they really solidify what type of banners and stuff like that they're going to be doing. I know they did say like events are going to be like a really really big help in making sure like the type of player that wanted to invest like a crazy amount of time, it was helping them to be able to do that, versus like the ones that were more casual, still having just rewarding stuff across the board for everybody. But yeah, I mean, like that's kind of something, like that's kind of a bridge you have to cross when you get there, because like to be real, like that's kind of like take Epic 7 for example. Like Epic 7 didn't always have like 500 units in it, right? Like, so the accessibility and the way that they give out units now, or the way that they even approach their gachas, like shifted over time, because that was an at-hand thing they had to address. Like, okay, yeah, now we got 500 units. We can't just expect people to just be like, waiting around for the unit to maybe get on their account. Like, we need to have more specific and intentional rate ups. They even went as far as like creating triple rate up banners, right? So you could pick 3 units. And then they were like, you know what? The seasonal units are also a thing too. So let's add in limited, banners with that same 3, rate up structure. So those types of things, I think you start to develop those things as you kind of go too. I don't think on a release necessarily you'll have certain types of things infrastructed right off rip. But I think it is important to have the conversation though. And I think it is important to plan it so you have it in mind. But because it is going to happen. Like even Etheria, like right now we haven't gotten one rate up banner for a character that already exists in the game. But eventually it's going to get to that point, right? I mean, I would argue people are already at that point, because you need, right now, like I would even say if I'm pulling on the gacha, like I kind of am just pulling against everything. I need like 3 units in the entire game. So it's like if I want those units, the only way I'm going to ensure I get those specific units right now is if they do rate up banners for those characters. Other than that, it's a needle in a haystack, basically. So the percentages start to weigh against me at that point. So I think it just kind of all depends too on how they do things. Like if it's a first release, rating that up so people have the opportunity, or rotating certain things back or something like that. So you said, what's going on? Yo, what's good to do? How you doing, fam? So just came back to the stream. Sorry if I said if it's mistiming. No, you're all good. You're all good, fam. You said most recent event is probably the worst event in gacha game I played. You know what it is? I don't even actually think the event is bad. I think what it is that the event is bad in the sense of what the game's current state is. Like if that event had been like say like everything else was like pretty normalized in the game and we didn't really have many RNG oriented events, I think the event would have actually been fine. But because everything in the game is RNG, and then it's like it's like, let's give them an even more RNG event. I think that's why it's like terrible, because it's like I already can't get what I want on a regular event, and now I got to deal with that in another event. Like, so this is like supposed to be a more hyped up event, and it's like even worse in the RNG department. it's gonna just inherently feel worse than what it would have felt like if we had been in like somewhat of a normalized state where like if you played the event you got everything. Yeah, and it really is that. It's the RNG on top of RNG. Yeah, that's I can't argue that. Like it is a thing, right? And it's definitely something they have to address for sure. Because it is definitely a lot of RNG. And I will say I mean I've been doing this for almost a decade now, and I have yet to see a game have that much RNG across the board event wise. So yeah, I think even for me, it kind of like makes me wonder what the actual goal is at that point. 'Cause I don't even know. Like at that point, I don't know. I have no idea. He said I can't remember, but what's the event? That's the board, and you increase the rewards by upgrading the star using cards. Oh, that's the Lily event. I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name right now. That was kind of cool. Over there doing like 360 spear throws. Give me her as a drop, please. Oh, they said, nah, fam, you gonna take this gear and get the stepping. All right, that's cool. I'll take that. I'll take it. Yeah, I know exactly. I forgot what it's called though, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I think the only event we have that's not RNG is the one that's up right now. It's the candy shop one. That one's not RNG at all. Dude, that follow-up after that is insane. You said my biggest gripe is Inferno drops. That's everybody's gripe right now. Because that's why I find it so funny when they're like, oh, all you gotta do is just get to Inferno. I'm like, what? Get to Inferno and not get any drops? Sure. Yeah. That's the life. But I don't know. I have a wry sense of humor with everything though. So I always find everything to be funny. So I just like I just laugh at like everything, even if it is like a serious thing. I address it, but it's just like I'm like, hey guys, because I think some people like they create these like assumptions. They're like, oh, you spin, so you don't understand what we're talking about. Until I show people my RNG last stream, then they're like, oh dang, okay, you be getting cooked. And there's free to play that got better gear than I do, and I mean not even just like. It's slightly better. I mean, like years better. So it's just purely luck too. Yeah, pay to win players are getting cooked like 1,000%. I put quite a bit into Etheria, mind you. So, like, yeah. He said, just get to Inferno, sure. So I know I have the units in the gear, but I just can't get any Inferno gear. Yeah. That's the thing. I be looking at some people's accounts. I'm like, man, your RNG must be like God tier. But that's what I was saying. Like, I got the luck in the gacha, but I don't have the luck in anything else in the game. Oh yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I was like, I need this character. All right, is it Hippolyta? Okay, what do you do? Increase hero's defense. Okay, she's a defense scaler. We love to see that. You have place shield. Oh, you're a shielder. Places a speed up buff on allies from the Olympus faction for 2 turns. Okay, cool. And you summon somebody to join attack with you. Okay, that's kind of lit. I'm gonna keep you in the back of my mind. I might actually use you for something. Okay, increases the damage inflicted when counterattacking by 20%. Okay, that's pretty sick. Absorb 4% of the damage that the ally with the lowest HP receives. That's Paladin? Question mark? Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, this is like actually really sick. Oh, we got oh, they give imprint rewards? Hold on now. That's actually kind of cool. So we go to boom, and then there it is. So you can either, so you can get an imprint of the character or duplicate hero. And then there's also the class. I'm assuming, wow. So there's three, is there 3 currencies for this? Okay. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Dang, dude. That's actually pretty developed, not gonna lie. Oh, we got some skill books right here, though. All right, so this is 19. We kind of need to do this one. He said, I'm paid to win and stop getting cooked low-key like 2 weeks ago. Said, been cooking lately. Said, don't even care to spend anymore. Just want the $30 lattice. I don't even feel like spending for that, though. Like, to be real. Like, I mean, I get it, but man, dude. $30 for a lattice just seems kind of rough to me. I mean, I get it. Like, most games are like that, though. But I also noticed that in most games, I don't buy skill ups. So that's just kind of like how I be looking at stuff. I'm like, oh, I don't know about that, man. But it is the value of the game, though. So I will say, like, in terms of overall investment, that's the biggest bang for your buck in some cases. So at the end of the day, pay to win or not. We all max refresh at least 1K per day and have the same equal chances. Luck is luck. So I don't even max refresh no more, though. Yeah, I mean, yes, luck is luck, but then it's also like, if you look at numbers, like overall, like I think the problem is, it's like you can have luck in a game, but you also don't want to not have accessibility to something. So I don't think there should be so much luck involved that I'm not getting the actual gear piece to do what's necessary to even remotely compete. Now, if you're talking about like best rolls and stuff like that, I don't care about that. Like, yeah, RNG should be there. Like, hey, that's your luck, bro. You can't expect to get God rolls. But I think just even being able to have the set accessible is kind of like, in that difficulty, I don't think it's too much to ask. Because it's kind of becoming a bottleneck, right? Like when you really think about it, I can't now, mind you, this is not including substats, but if somebody has a swift rush and a swift raid set bonus, I'm not going before them. That's not happening. Like, and not only am I not going before them, they're also going to have other stat requirements met way easier too. So that's the other thing. Like, it's like that can make or break significantly whether or not you're even able to really play. So it's like, hey, I ain't even asking for a good roll. I'll take a flat swift raid at this point. I'm not even getting those. Like, which is that's the part that's kind of like, yikes, right? Because it's like, at least let me get trash pieces. I'm not even getting trash pieces. That's just like, so at that point, I can at least be like, all right, I can make this work. Just roll this or whatever. I can't even do that, you know? So you that's why I said it's just kind of, it's like they're going to have to do something about that at least. So, yeah, for sure, RG is ass right now, but some people aren't even trying to get Inferno gear. It's not legit. Finally just roll Swift Bloodbath, Swift Smite, Amber, after farming it forever. Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest, I've been farming for a specific, what was it? A specific artisan drop for like 2.5 weeks. Like 2.5 weeks, 2.5 weeks, man, 2.5. I'm just like, hey, we here. Did the 5th one open up? I didn't even see it. Not that I need it, you know, because Ramses, you know, Ramses blows up the whole field. You know, I don't even know if I need it. Oh, is that Leonidas? That looks like Leonidas. Hey, yo. Oh my God, who got hit? Hey, give this man the slow-mo and everything. Oh, he over here doing combos. I don't like that. Oh, that's the first time I've almost seen Ramses die. All right, so we got mid-J. All right, what do you have? Protect 1 and shield. Okay, for all allies. Okay. That could be something. Ooh, we got Achilles. Yo, this almost looked like Brad Pitt. Yo, y'all can't tell me this don't look like Brad Pitt, bro. That looked like Brad Pitt. Like maybe a slightly altered version, but. All right, so hold on. This is my first epic character too. Ooh, okay, he's a bleed character. Attack up, sharpen 2. Okay, hold on. We gotta actually go to his thing. Now, if I'm not, oh, see, okay, there it is. Yeah, they have random universal imprints, bro. That's actually kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty sick to have. Yeah, random universal imprints. We take those. Okay, so we got Achilles. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of do like the design though. You said just get rid of the epic shells, solves the problem. So I don't understand their thought process. Well, I'll put it to you this way: it's not just development team. It's the publisher, right? Like you can't. Unfortunately, you can't just make whatever decision you want, even as the development team. The publishers also have I would even say more of a say in like whatever decisions you get to make. So developers will want to do something, but then the publishers will say, nah. Or the publishers will say, well, we'll do that, but you got to figure out something else to supplement it. So like I always tell everybody, it's always give and take with especially games coming out of the JPCN KR market, which is predominantly majority of where all of our gachas come from for the most part, right? It's give and take. Gacha structure is intended to make money. So whenever they make a decision, it affects some form of how they make money, right? So if you kind of think about it, like just from a business sense, if you have more people that are spending more money to refill or crystals to refill, and then they're also trying to pull, and they're also, like the more that you can get people to buy into your economy, the more money you make. As soon as you affect something that's going to affect that economy, like once people start getting more of the drops they want, it is kind of a weird psychological thing, because I would think, right, as just a regular consumer, well, if you make the drops better, wouldn't that make someone want to spend more to farm more, right? That's my thought process. But for some reason, they seem to think the latter, where it's like, well, no, if we change that, they're not going to farm that thing specifically. And I think a lot of the times it's like they try to keep people generally in a space so that they have time to develop more things to kind of create the next, like, I don't want to call it a paywall, but it's kind of like the next thing that generates them revenue. Because once everybody has that and they haven't developed anything else, now they're scrambling to try to make the next thing. And that's when you usually start seeing like a lot of random stupid stuff get implemented into games, because now they ran out of content and they're just trying to throw things in there just to get people to do stuff. Is that they think if you make it more difficult RNG, people get desperate to get it. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It is that, really. Actually, you are 1000% right. It is desperation they're actually preying on. All gachas kind of do it in a way, right? For the most part, at least the ones that we've had. Yeah, they kind of prey on low retention and just the impatience that people have. So people don't want to wait. They'll just, it's FOMO. Yeah, I'm just going to whip the wallet out. It's sitting right there. I'm going to just go and buy it. I'm going to swipe. Like, whatever. Like, I don't want to not get this. I don't want to not have these drops. I don't want to not be behind. Like, it's such a psychological game, man. Like, and that's what it really ends up being about. So a lot of the times, developers that I've talked to, it's like, they'll be like, just like me and you, and they're like, dude, I want to implement that, but I can't. I've even had a lot of friends that have worked for like other like development companies just over here in the West, and just in Europe and stuff like that as well. And they say that all the time. Like they want to do what the players want, but they have to go up against a board. Like that's like, yeah, nah, but how are we going to generate this amount of revenue, or this is going to be the percentage revenue might, be lowered by. Like it's always metrics that they're looking at. So whenever things are quiet, it's usually a deliberation that's happening. It's a back and forth, and they're trying to figure out what exactly to do. And then you talk about the actual process of generating and crafting whatever it is, like implementing it, putting that said thing in the game and stuff like that. So Oh no, man. You said most of the time the board doesn't understand a lick about what players want. That's not even most of the time. Usually, all the time. That's why okay. And so like right now, mind you, we're having this conversation right now. This is why I'm like, okay, with games like this, right? The guys that are behind it, you got dudes like Chosen. I'm not sure how many of you guys know who Chosen plays. We got Hell Hades. You got Ash. You know, Raid Shadow Legends. You got like Susie, like all these different individuals from games that have experienced the worst of the worst types of developers, and they say, you know what, we're gonna go over here and make our own game, right? I feel like I have more trust in those individuals because they know how it feels to feel a certain way. Are they gonna still need to make money? Obviously, right? Like I don't think that's just not gonna be a thing. But I also think that they actually understand players because they are players and they're also content creators of those players that for years have been giving them feedback and information on all these things that they've had gripes with and issues with. So I also feel like too, like, and that's why I said I have to give it to Simon. Like, he has a really, really big responsibility because there's a lot of people in his community that looks up to him. So they're looking to him to create and to deliver something that's going to give them that experience that's not like how their experience has been on things like Raid or just in general in most gacha, right? Like where you just kind of get treated like nothing, you know? So that's kind of the thing is like, the thing for them, they're gonna have success as long as they can deliver and really just be what they're trying to be, which is super community oriented. I don't think players from the raid community, number one, which they're high spenders by the way, will care about spending money in areas that they don't care about. Like it's like, hey, if that's gonna give me more time to play, or like you said, cosmetics is always a huge thing. People are always gonna go for those things, even if they were to sell things like skill ups, but not to the point where like let's say it's to maybe expedite something, but not to completely keep you from doing something, right? Like I think that that's like the difference that you want to have. You want to have realistic progression. You don't want people to be stuck for like 4 months and everybody else just having a ball because they're spending, right? Like it's like you want to try to find that balance, especially in today's time where retention and the willingness to wait is so much lower. Like people aren't willing to wait around nearly as much as they were 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. Like when I first started really getting into gachas, like people's tolerance has gone down significantly. Like it is diminished a ton. So yeah, I mean, it's just simply that. Like, and I get it. Like when people say like, you know, you do as a company have to conform to the current time you're in. You can't really base things off of what things were like 5 years ago. That's the reason why, I mean, and it sucks to say it, but that's why I feel like Tribe 9 EOS, I don't know what in the Brave Frontier they were thinking, but they really tried to launch their game with rates from 10 years ago on the gacha. That sounded like an EOS to me. Like and I was surprised they were even able to recover for the frame of time that they did. But when you do stuff like that, like, and people like you triggered like that form of PTSD that people experience, yeah, the response you're gonna get from that ain't gonna be too great, you know. So yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they even were able to come back from it a little bit. To be honest. Wait, hold on. Let's actually see. I think Achilles has a debuff. Hold on. Yeah, bleed. So we need some accuracy on him, and he also buffs. So yeah, we give him the accuracy set. Yo, Waleed, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Appreciate you for the sub, fam. You said this is Raid Shadow Legends' cousin. Bro, hey, it's Raid's older cousin, you know? We'll take that, I guess, for what it's worth. We don't have any counterattacks. Absorbing damage. We'll keep... We'll equip this for now for the accuracy, I guess. And then we'll go for the accuracy set. That's resistance. That's the accuracy piece. What is this? Crit? Oh, okay. So they got a crit set. Guess we'll put that on too. Yeah, I think I need to get. What is this? Yo, there's mad sets. Kraken. This is kind of legit though. Okay, no, there's mad set bonuses. They did not. Yeah, this. Yeah, we'll give you the attack piece for now. Crit damage, because why not? What does this boot have? We got a boot with anything. I'll just give you the defense piece. All right, there we go. Yeah, actually, I might start leveling some gear soon too. We'll see, because I might have to start leveling gear soon. We'll take her out and we'll throw in Achilles. They have the same attack lead. Okay. You said where? It said I like Etheria, but Harsagon, her force said I just need Inferno to be clearable and I'd be happy. That's fair. So yeah, people always mention how E7 was so bad, or they talk about the Summer's War, but you can't compare these old gacha games to the current landscape of gacha games. Like, I think so I always use them as references, and I think it is important to talk about that, right? Because I think there's the scope of unrealistic expectations that are set versus what should be the expectation, right? And I think like some of the unrealistic expectations is the expectation that the game should just have all these things on release. That's not the case. I think they should have better QOL for sure, but they're not gonna have every system known to man that just like imagine like, okay, E7, if they were to say replicate exactly what E7 is now on a release, I don't think would necessarily do well. Because there's no return for them. And that's the problem with gacha as a whole, is that when your game comes out busting with everything, like you eventually have to do something to cause players to spend. And so even right now, like E7 is meta. Like they got a lot that's free to play about the game, but the meta is kind of crazy right now. Like if you're talking about RTA, it's worse than Etheria's meta, like for sure. Because you got units right now that straight up, if you end up in a fight with them, you just don't fight them. Like you just don't. I think what was it, Arunka or something like that. I think the character's name, or Aranka or something like that. And then you got like Harasetti, and like it's like certain units that are that potent. It's like, damn, all right, like what do you do about that? Like I don't got them, and then my chances of getting them is like random. So, I mean, outside of the time when they dropped, but like, yeah, that's always like just kind of a thing. So I feel like each game has something, but I think it's just more so it's like it's the base things, right? Like, so it's that. I don't even think it's so much of like the super intricate things at that point. We haven't even gotten to those things yet. It's like the base things. You said, it's not that Ethereum's meta is you will auto 100% and tomorrow is 60%. Honestly, I don't know what the actual metric is, because at least in E7, you know, you always, like if you have a solid team, it's always 95%. Or 90%. Is it 95 or 95? I think it's 90%, something like that, or 95. But you know, like that chance exists because of the innate resistance that like just straight up make it to where you ain't landed something. But yeah, I don't even know. Like I just think they just need to tell us all the math, because like what is it that we're dealing with? Because it is random. I've experienced that myself, which I will say is kind of odd. You said, it says sometimes hard to understand games in development. Mental White Shadow would be great, but no controller support in 2025. Some WSD on keyboard and mouse to play. Hard. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, it depends on the team and the project and the passion behind it. Like, I got a lot of people right now. When right before EWS, we started playing. What is it called? Silver and Blood. Sleeper game. Like, I knew it was going to be good, but when I showed it to people, they're like, yo. And this is one thing I will say. Most of the time, I have a 95, I'll say 99. I'm not even going to say 95. I'll say 99 hit ratio on when a game is, like, when I'm like, yo, this game is fire, I be hitting. Because the thing is that, like, at least for me, I can see good games. The problem is when you have certain people running those games, and then it's like, bruh, like now the game's getting ran into the ground, right? So I think there's been plenty of good games that have came, but then it was certain decisions that were made that ran those games into the ground. So I've heard people say things like, oh, we don't get any good games anymore. It's like, no, we do. It's just that they make bad decisions with them. So like, but that's almost been the history of gacha in general. There's been plenty of good games that we had. I think we're just fighting all like Spartans right now, like because they're just straight over here spearing me right now. Yo, they over here trying to kill my Ramses. Yeah, go ahead and Mortal Kombat her real quick. Get that scorpion going. You say you forgetting about Light of Tenebria. See, I don't even know much about her, but I have heard some things about her too. He said Lonzo made a team that beat Inferno Doki and went back to H4 and lost. Yo, it's those windows. I'm not gonna lie, those windows are mad specific. They're mad specific, and it is like set up in a way where like you will go back and lose. Like that can happen. Yo, that Green Knight is kind of slapping. Impact frames are really good. They have some really solid impact frames. Yo, Achilles is over here kind of doing the Lord's work right now. Oh my God, Green Knight, why do you hit like that? Oh, now they starting to get a little tough. Yo, Simon, all I'm asking for, let me voice act Ramses. I will. Yo, listen, you guys won't even know it's me, outside of the fact I just asked. But y'all won't even know it's me. I'll have a whole different voice of everything. All I want is just to get on the microphone and just straight scream. Like, that's it, yo. That's all I want to do. That is all I want to do, dude. You said, it's on Love and Silver and Blood, but summons are non-existent after the initial rewards. So you get 10 summons for rate up and standard, but you said that's not much. I mean, the thing is though too, is like with that game, it's an overtime game. It's an idle game. You'll get stuff over time, but the thing that you need to do, what I realized with Silver and Blood, it's not all about summoning. It's also about like doing more of the intricate stuff too. So leveling your gear, which is a little bit more expensive, but taking time to level your gear, working on different synergies, skilling up. Because like this first event, like you got to remember, game hasn't been out that long, and the event we just got is the first event that has skill mats in it. So the other thing is too, is that like now you're going to start seeing a higher performance out of characters, and you're just going to be able to clear stuff with whatever. So I think it's just kind of like allocated time versus like, should you have the ability to just pull all the time, all day? I mean, the other thing is too, is like the events, we get summons, you're going to have to start saving. Like, I think that's the other thing. Like, you're going to start having to save, and you're going to have to start fixating and working on the things that you normally just have already. Because that's even for me, like the only thing I'm really buying is cosmetics, because that's all I care about. And yes, I've gotten lucky on some pulls, but I also have other teams and other units that I'm trying to build. Like take for example, the clan hunt right now. I can't really do more than my second team, like kind of sort of my second team, but not really the third team at all. And what I noticed is that when I look at my teams, the biggest difference is like I've done things like for my base team, taking units up to skill level 4. And that gave me a crazy power spike generally across the board for that entire team. My gear for my base team is at level 2 on all the pieces for everybody. But my other units still got tier 6 pieces on. They're not even in tier 7 pieces yet. And so it's like, once you start kind of working those things up, it's like things start to add up and you start to be able to push. I just think it's just one of those things where like, yeah, you get that like dopamine in the very beginning for sure. But it becomes one of those games where you have to progressively build up stuff. Like it takes a little bit of time, but it's not that long though. Like I don't think it's even as long as Etheria, if we're being fair. Like I feel like you can definitely see some linear progression. It might not be crazy like jumping over the mountain type progression, but you're still doing this, right? Like you're still doing that every day. Which when you think about that and you add this up over the course of say 30 days and then you add another 30 days, it adds up. And before you know, you look at the game and you're like, damn, I'm this far now. Like it adds up. So I think they have a pretty solid system if you're free to play. And then if you want to spend to expedite that, you can. But it's not holding you to where you don't get to move at all for like 4 weeks, or 3 weeks. Like, you know, like right now, like you said, there's still people that can't clear or do certain things right now just because of drops. Like there's nothing you can do about that. But every day you log in that game, you can still level up your characters. You can still skill up your characters. There's still things that are progressing you and making your unit stronger. So it's not like you just get on and like nothing happens that like a whole day. Is that free to play must understand gacha games will never give you enough. So pick and choose. Yeah, I mean, you have to, man. You got to. And I mean, that's the thing. Like it's still a free experience. And I guess like, you know, with the norm that we have now, like, yeah, they have to conform to a lot of different things in the current time, but it's still a free experience and they still have to have some value for those that are putting money into the game. It's always like I said, for me personally, it's definitely a rough thing to balance, right? Like I definitely think it's rough. Yeah, we're gonna actually take him up because he's like straight up clapping stuff. All right, so we're gonna take these guys up. Because I pray that the Bleach and Origin game come out will be good. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to, like I said, I'm looking forward to all the alphas and of course the future release for Godforge, Chaos Zero Nightmare. I'm actually pretty excited for. I'm not really like, there's only one open world game that I'm actually pretty interested in, and that's the Silver Palace. I'm really not too interested in anything else. Like, unfortunately, I'm kind of sort of burned out from like open world games, if I'm being real. But Silver Palace is such a different theme that I'm like, I actually kind of want to see how that kind of plays out. But yeah, I'm kind of burned out, man. Really, really burned out from the open world. Let's do this. It says, so with Silver and Blood, not worth playing after all. It's on my short list to try. No, it's absolutely worth the play. I mean, like, it's absolutely worth the play. Like, because even outside of all of that, it actually has really good stories. It has cinematic cutscenes. Like, that game, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, randomly, like, Silver and Blood, like, announced they're going to have an anime. Just, like, to be honest, because, like, it's mad legit. It's actually pretty legit. Like, that's the one game where, like, I kind of want to, like, I don't want to miss side story events. Like, I've read all the side story events. I've read all the main campaign so far. And then, of course, like I said, they have voice acting through the entire thing, too. So it's pretty legit. It's pretty legit. Like, they definitely did. They invested their money properly, is really what I can say. So I definitely think it's worth playing. You said Genshin HSR brought me out on them. Nah, that's fair. I mean, I mean, even WoA, man. I love WoA, but it's a demanding game. You know, like playing, like, again, it's just open world games in general. I'm just kind of, at least for what my allotted time is and my capacity, I have more fun playing these types of games. But that might change though once I get my new PC too. So that's also a thing. So you can farm Ancestor Shards in Abyss. It's one of the best games out. Yo, that is true. That is true. You can farm faction shards. I forgot about that. You can. Yeah, open world games are just so demanding, dude. They're so demanding. You said, oh, congrats on that, dude. You got you got Esania. Yo, congrats on that, fam. He said Bleach is top of my list, mostly because of the PvP look fire, and I don't think it's open world. Dude, I love Bleach. I'm not gonna lie. I played what was it? Bleach Brave Souls for a minute. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was actually like pretty hardcore on that game for a minute. So I played that for quite a bit. All right, I think we're gonna stick to these guys. So yeah, I'm already playing WoA, so jumping into another one will only happen if I stop playing it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I say that all the time, and some people I know they be capping because they're like, yeah, it's so easy to play Genshin, Wawa, Zenless Zone Zero, and all these other new open world titles at the same time. And did you also know I play PoE and also First Ascended as well? I'm like, yo, like, what do you like? What time do you have? Like, I do this for a living and I don't even have that much time. Like, I like, yo, there's no way. And if you do, you're not efficient at any of them because there's just no way. There's absolutely no way. Even if you're spending, like, you said, oh my God, are they Scion? Bro, you know what's funny? Scion's probably like one of the only people that I know that will dead have an endgame account in every game. But even then, there are some games that he'll have where he's not at, like, he won't be in the top percentile, but he's consistent. Like, yeah, Scion's different, bro. I'm not gonna lie. He's definitely, and Scion isn't like some of the dudes that's doing these things are like super young. Scion's not like as young as some of those guys, and he can keep up, if not outdo them, which is the crazier part. So I just be sitting there like, bro, Scion's a monster. I'm like, bro, I don't know if I got that tenacity right now. I have zero idea. All right, so I think we got some green pieces. I was like trying to see if I wanted to level some of these. So we might take some of these up to like +3. Oh, that's cool. So we can kind of see everything from right here. You said every video he posts, he is super far, and I don't get how he plays all these games that much, bro. And you know what makes it even more funny? He'll be mad far. He'll be further than the entire community on a game and be free to play. I'd be like, yo, bro. Like, he has such a, he does have a system though. He has explained it to me. It's a very intricate system, but it works. And he's been doing it for so long, it's like second nature to him. So it's not hard for him. Even if he stops, it's easy for him to get back into the flow of it. Like he's like I say, he's a beast. Yeah, he's definitely a beast. So I just be like, hey man, more power to him, because I know I can't do it. So it's like for me, yeah, nah, I don't got it in me. I don't got it in me, man. I used to tell myself I was done with perma banner until I got her, and now I'm done. Bro, I was telling myself that till I realized I wasn't getting her. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I ain't gonna perma banner myself to death, you know? All right, so we got that. Try to just get the pieces leveled up on my base roster, because I feel like I'm about to shift into blue pieces. That's why I'm not going crazy just yet on these. You said Gummy is almost at 1,000 summons. He acting up again. Wait, 1,000 summons in what though? In Etheria? That's just a lot of summons to just have on hand. Oh, really? Oh god. Yeah, that's a lot of summons to just have on hand, bro. Let's see. Okay, so we got that. Douche. And do this last one. Yeah, Gummy's always been a save summon monster. I don't even understand. I'm trying to get there. Someday I'll be just as good. All right, so here we go. We got that going. Actually, I could have checked their gear to see if they had new pieces, but I don't think so. Oh, Falcon is speed. Okay. We like Falcon. I like Falcon pieces. Yeah, go ahead and give me that. All right, cool. Yeah, we like Falcon pieces. So +4 increases substat too. Oh, so +4 will increase the substat as well. Interesting. Okay. So it took you 700 pulls and you got all the LDs. Damn, 700. That's kind of like, for all of them, that's not bad actually, but like still quite a bit. Still quite a bit. All right, let's see. It needs to take the refined stones, which I don't have a crazy amount of, but we'll do that. You say you think there's an LD pity? I don't even know how true that is. I mean, maybe it might be, because I'm like, I don't even know. I haven't pulled anything other than an LD my last like 5 or 6 sparks. I don't know why. Like it just is what it is. But it's not, again, it's never Shadow Sania. It's always something I don't need. Yeah, this fifth slot wasn't open yet. I thought it was too, but it's not yet. We can keep, well, they both are the same. Is that some random night he gonna try to convince you to stream at 1 a.m.? Nah, you already know it's coming too. Okay, 2, 3. Okay. I thought he was gonna get the kill there. So he could just straight wipe a team with just his basic, imagine. He said UI the Alpha Bill is not that bad. Yo, it's not, like I said, it's not, like I said, we haven't ran into walking through the floor yet, you know? Like, we're not upside down walking on the sky. You know, there's a lot of different things we haven't had happen yet. But yeah, the UI isn't that bad at all. But again, I think like they were going through, like, even before any of this alpha stuff, like when they were building the base of the game, they were taking a lot of feedback from players on like how the hub looked and all that stuff. Like I said, I know they said they hadn't changed the text since they started building the game, but they already had plans and are working on changing that. So and even the animations aren't that, like, they aren't that bad. Oh, dang. What was that? Nah, because he just kind of did Achilles dirty. Yeah, I don't even know what that was, but he just sent him to the gulag. All right. He said, is this guy the Yelly of the game? I don't even know. Because the craziest thing is I don't have a 5-star yet. Or legendary unit yet, so we got to get to the legendary units to kind of determine that. But I will say he just blowing up everything. Said reminiscing of Skyrim OG RPG. I think that's the vibe. Like, you got to think about it too, man. Like, these are a lot of individuals that, like, they come from that, like, from that that demographic of gamer. So like this is the type of stuff I grew up off of, like the olden like style type RPGs that had all the gods in it and stuff like that. Like, I love this type of stuff. But if you can do it right, it can be like everybody will enjoy it. Because the other thing with these games is that it's not so much just about like yeah, visual appeals, everything, but like the thing that I like with these style of games is they don't care if a character is ugly. Like, some people like that. Like, they like cool, ugly looking characters. Like, if the character does something busted, they're gonna play it, right? Yeah, you're still gonna have those visually appealing characters that people just like, but yeah, like they're not gonna shy away like from like making an ugly character because people won't summon for it or want it. Like, nope, there's gonna be ugly characters in this game. I mean, you probably already seen a couple. Like, honestly, yeah, you probably already have seen a couple. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Achilles though. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna lean a little bit more into the Ramses, and then kind of go from there. We'll take them up. Definitely gonna lean into. We got 2 lions. We'll get rid of one of these as well. keep our archer dude because he's doing the Lord's work. All right, there we go. We do have ascension mats. You said you forgot the alpha. Oh yeah, definitely give it a try, fam. Yeah, they're looking for, like, everybody that has access to the alpha. They're looking for feedback, man. They definitely want to know your thoughts and opinions on the game and you know, how you kind of feel. Oh, we can actually, you know what? We can actually choose what skill up we level. That's always a beautiful thing to see. That is always a beautiful thing to see. Okay, so let's see. It just seems busted to maybe have a skill 3 maxed out. Because then it lowers the divinity cost. Which, is that going to make him use it more? Oh, is it random? Oh, it is random. I lied. Okay, it is random. Oh, I was just getting lucky. Yo, I thought it was like, I was like, wait a minute. I wanted to go to 6. It wasn't going to 6. It's random. I was like so confused. I was like, why is it not going into? I'm like, what is happening here? And it's like literally took me all the way to 5 and then randomly just went off cue. All right, there we go. That's what I wanted. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, so we got the skill 3 max. That's all I really wanted. Because I think that's gonna take us pretty far. Now we could also, with the attune all. Oh, that's not accessible yet, it looks like. So attune all, is that gonna be? I'm assuming that might be like auto equip maybe. But that would be a pretty sick feature if you're like gearing a unit for the first time and you want to just kind of like generally take their skills to a certain or their gear to a certain level. You could just level them all at once. That was one thing that Dislike did have that I did like, that you could do stuff like that. But if you're gear checking, then that's not really the best thing. But all right, so Ramses is looking a little bit more strong now. So I think with that reduction on the cost, he's gonna skill 3 more often too. Like, look at his ult bar is mad high. Yeah, he's like halfway back to his ult. Wow, they have characters that can lock core abilities? All right. Yeah, that skill 3 for him is kind of ridiculous. So now he can ult more. All right, that's cool. I did use you as food to give me another one. I kind of like how they did this because it kind of is giving you some of everything. I'm hoping floor 30 drops a legendary though. That'd be pretty cool. Yo, it's like, why I look at his damage numbers, they just keep going up though. Like 7K on a crit, and that wasn't even a weak unit. God, that was sick. Y'all don't gotta keep touching Ramses like that though. Oh, he's ulting the next wave for sure. Oh, never mind. There is no more waves. All right, so wait, what is this? We got a Leonidas. Imagine an imprint for Leonidas, but We don't have them yet. We'll get them eventually. Ignore 5%. What? Okay, so you got gear that can ignore resistance too? Okay. That's actually, yo, this is the type of stuff I think people are really gonna enjoy, because you could do a build where like this type of equip would go like on a support or a debuffer, and having that extra chance to ignore 5% resistance is kind of nuts. That's gonna be especially considering that there's higher rarity stuff too, so I'm assuming they probably have a higher rarity version of that. Yeah, Ramses is busted. Oh shoot, it's another dude that looked like me. Oh, nah, I need him. Oh wait, no, I do have him. I thought that was somebody else. Yeah, the music is actually really, really good. Let me put this on auto. All right, so we got another soul from that. All right, let's see. I know it does tell you what the drops are, so I think for this one, gets all. Oh, it's a legendary hero? Okay, random hero, random gear. Okay. Wait, is that a dragon? Oh, okay. Oh, the 5th slot opened up. It's lit. Wait, but who's our 5th member gonna be? Are you throwing back in Ninja Girl? Attack up, speed down. You said this is not Epic 7, you got scammed. Yeah, this is Epic 12. Shields. He said, do you think they'll drop a unit like Sakura from Dislight and Etheria to counter Rev Cleave? It's possible. It's possible. I mean, that's kind of what they've been doing anyway. It's like they've been releasing units that kind of answer an issue in the game. I might just go with Icarus here. Yeah, we're just going to go Icarus. Oh, wrong thing. We want to go promote. Promote, brother. Promote. All right, there we go. We're starting to run low on the... Yeah, we can't even do it. We'll take them up some levels, though. All right, so there we go. We're going to go... Yeah, I think that'll be our squad for right now. Did I give him gear, though? Why did I do this? I think I did, because I was using him before, but... Nope, I lied. Definitely lied. All right, so we're going to give him the ignore res. Do I want... Actually, I really need to be giving speed gear to her, so she can open up with the buff. Wait, you said any plan to play Epic 7 or not a chance? I'm gonna probably... I don't know if I want to play Etheria or Epic 7 today. I gotta still fix my account, bro. I was trying to make like a new guild, and I waited the 24 hours, and when I logged on, it had me in another guild. I was like, what happened? I was like, does it like the game put you in guilds now automatically or something? I was literally trying to wait to make one, and it threw me into one. I was like so confused. No, yo, I swear I was like, yo, I had literally put myself on a 24-hour timer and I woke up in another guild. I was like, bro, there's no way. Like, unless I'm sleep playing or something, because I don't know. I was sitting there like, bro, there's no way. All right, so I think they're pretty okay. Yo, he been popping off with no gear, which is crazy. That's for the chance to ult. Actually, this might be better on Ramses. This specific set bonus. Yeah, that specific set bonus might be better on him. But we shall see. Let's go fight a dragon. Is if you're gonna make a guild, I would love to join it. Yeah, I gotta leave and put myself on another 24-hour timer, bro. It's mad annoying. Yo, he just one-shots everything. He said, yo, what's up, Light? Yo, hopefully you can get into the second alpha, man. Because I know also then, too, they're going to have some more things polished as well, so. Oh, what the heck? That's not bad. You're just pulling up looking like a... Looking like you looking. Now my thing is, what do your moves look like? Because, yep. Okay, burn debuff. We love that. So everybody gets a turn. Hold on, let me see. Oh damn. All right, so depending on the angle you do, okay. I just realized I don't got a healer. I see that tick damage though. All right, not too bad. Ooh, we got Heimdall. Damn, I ain't gonna lie, he kind of do look like a legendary. All right, what do you do? 30% defense in all battles. You're a defender. Wait, what? So you... Okay, so wait. Attack one enemy and transfer one debuff from this hero to the target. If any bleed, burn, or acid debuffs are transferred, activate them after... Wait, what? Oh, that's probably nuts on certain content. Like if there's any boss that dots, oh, he's gonna be full sending stuff back. That's kind of messed up. Place retaliate and intercept on allies for 2 turns, then attack all enemies. Defense up, place a shield based off of 400% of defense on all allies, then place protect on all allies except this hero for 2 turns. These buffs cannot be removed when placed on heroes from Asgard. Okay. And allies any... What? That's so dumb. Any allies under buff have a 30% chance to reflect any debuff received. Reflecting debuffs is kind of wild. Okay. All right, that's kind of interesting. Doesn't even make... I'm not even gonna lie. That sounds just like OP. Especially in like PvP. I could see that being like mad messed up. That's definitely gonna be mad messed up in PvP. And then him with like the ignore res weapon is probably mad annoying. All right, so we'll do. I don't know if I want to put him on. There's a whole bunch of defense skill. I don't think I have any. It's resistance. Let's crit damage. Yeah, I gotta get some more pieces for my boy. This is the only other character we're gonna build for right now because we gotta get some more mats. So I've been back for like 30 minutes now, so it reminds me heavily of the King Arthur gacha that came out recently. Yeah, it's very similar. Like again, it's that Western appeal, but this game I think dives a little bit more into like other types of mythologies. So how many Lego you get? I got one so far. Yeah, I got one so far. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, this is the first one. But I mean, that's the crazy thing is we've been pushing with the rare units and even my common unit. He's like clapping stuff right now. All right, Timo, appreciate you for stopping by, fam. Yeah, we'll be streaming E7 at some point anyway. But we got the alphas going on. It's not going on forever though, so we're just trying it out, seeing how we like the alpha, and giving the necessary feedback. All right, so I might take Achilles out. Yeah, I feel like Heimdall's gonna be. Why? Like everything's just that much faster than me now? Oh, I gotta level my gear. That's what this is. I'm getting gear checked. Oh my god! I didn't realize that was actually a damage ability into a buff. Yeah, I'm getting gear checked right now. Oh my god. I don't know if this is looking so hot, Mr. Stark. We do got shield though, so we might still be able to pull it out, but oh my god. Save us, Heimdall! Save us! I ain't gonna lie, this Common Con put in work. Bro, we got another wave? I thought it was only 2. No way. This. Oof. Can the Common pull this through? If he was actually doing enough to actually kill here, he would be like kind of. What? Chill out. No way. Why? Yo, you just get to hit like that many times in a row? Yo, if he was actually killing right there, yo, that's messed up. Yo, I just want to say the Common did more damage than everybody else. like, what is this, bro? Man, this man get to hit like 50 times. You said the fact there's no river walking is a plus for me, so I really hate that in Etheria. Yeah, not everybody's a fan of that, to be honest. Yeah, that I completely understand. All right, let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and upgrade some stuff. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This guy's gonna be busted. No way. Wait, is that effect chance? 10% effect chance. Hold on. Let me back out. I feel like it's not showing the full effect chance. Yeah, that was very similar to Tang Yun. It was. All right, so let's see here. I was trying to hope and maybe see if I can get get the right stats I need before I start going too crazy over set bonuses. Yep. Defense. Yeah, we just want as much attack on you as possible because you be doing a lot, sir. Need some accuracy. Is that HP? I gotta actually pay attention to that because I think pants. I think all of these can have a percentage. I'm like now starting to see that. I don't think there's any force flats. Yeah, I don't think there's any force flat stats. Or main percent flat stats. Unless, hold on, let me actually check something real quick. Because I might be goofing. I might need a base. Yeah, I might need a base. Because I got like... Unless, is this the base? Because I'm at 596 right now, but hold on, let me put a flat attack piece on to see. Because a flat attack piece might be something better. Yep. So you need to, okay, so wow, so yeah, if you don't pay attention to that, you're kind of cooked. So you can't just put on a whole bunch of percentages, you need to put on bases too. So you need to put on a base, like a flat attack. And then you can go with the percentages. Okay. There we go, 775. We just gave him like almost 200 more attack from paying attention to that, I guess. Double check. Accuracy. All right, my boy got some gear on. Now, Ramses, we got him on everything attack right now. All right, Adu, appreciate you for coming through, fam. You have a good night, man, or a good day. Yeah, you have a good one, man. Let's see. So definitely need those bases. Those flat stats do kind of help. Hey, what's up, Hell Hades? How you doing, man? You said how you getting? Oh man, I think I'm having more fun than I probably should be. I was just saying that earlier. But honestly, no, I actually really like what I'm seeing. Just kind of working on right now. Just kind of trying to get a better understanding of like stat scaling a little bit. Because I think this is the first like actual thing that I've died to. So everything else I just kind of was like going through. I will say like, I don't know if I was the inspiration for Ramses, but you know, he's OP, man. He's OP. So yeah, I'm trying to now actually work out the kinks and like actually looking at my gear. So I was like, okay, cool. But yeah, so far I think we got Heimdall though. So that's the first legendary we got. Now, question, are the Do you know if the legendaries are random? Like, is it random chance of us getting a legendary or whatever unit if it's an epic or legendary for the alpha? He said, Raptors. Let me see. It says random from a group of 20 and 30, so it goes totally random later. Oh, okay, okay. No, that's cool with me. No, that's cool. Okay, because I was just wondering, because I was like, okay, we got Heimdall, and he seems kind of ridiculous. He seems pretty ridiculous, but I've been saying that about everybody. I'm like, why do they all seem so ridiculous? They all seem good. So he says so. Epic's on 20 and Legos on 30. Yeah, his kit is nasty. I was like, yeah, like there's a lot of value in that. So I'm like, right now, I'm like, let me get. I'm like moving stuff around. I'm like, I gotta get him built, man. Let me see here. So we'll go with that defense on that piece. I'm trying to get the definitely need some flats. I'm probably take that off of Ramses because he's not going to use that. And we'll go with another defense percent. And I think like right now, I'm just kind of like trying to use my base knowledge like with focusing the stats I need before I go super crazy, because I was looking at that too. It's like you'll go crazy trying to get like the exact set bonuses, but then you'll look at your actual stats and be like, oh my god, this is terrible. So I'm trying to get the actual stats I need before I start really fixating on the bonuses too much. And I'm not gonna lie, I think my favorite character, okay, I know you didn't ask, but I'll tell you. My favorite character right now currently is the composite bowman. I don't know, whatever it is that you guys did with him, you guys gotta keep doing that with those low rarities, because he's busted. I was like, I think I just watched him. What did he do? He was shooting, he was like the last person to die in the floor 30 run I was doing. And he got the hit like 5 or 6 times. I was like, okay, yeah, that's way too busted. It was like 7 times, right? Like it was mad busted. I was like, okay. I was like, absolutely building him. So I went and slapped all my damage gear on him. I was like, yep. Gotta use him, man. Let's see. So we got a flat here. We'll take that up to about 10 for now. I know he gets some attack value, but I have to kind of work out that ratio. I'll give you that. It's a 7. You said you can't sleep no more? Oh, so you came back? Well, welcome back. Welcome back, man. Let's see. And then we'll get a boot. Do you want that on Achilles? Not really. You can hand that over, buddy. Yeah, welcome back to the light, man. All right, we can work with that for now. You said what's a sleep schedule? Yeah, that's true. I feel you on that. I absolutely feel you on that, man. Dude, Ryan, I think it's funny you just asked that question. I just got an email that's that's saying Godforge by Fateless for iOS is on test flight. Like I literally just got a message for it. So you might want to check it now and see if you have anything in test flight. Dude, that's crazy. I've been going ham with Ramses on level 3 gear. He's insane. Definitely gonna throw some more accuracy on him too. Yeah, dude, that's why I kind of want to push a little bit more so I can see if I can get another legendary, because there's some pretty cool legendaries in the game. Actually, you know what we could do? Let me see if there's a archive. I didn't even bother to look. So yeah, like right now I'm just trying to get some generalized stat lines, and I'm gonna try to do my support so she's like pretty decent. I think that'll be enough enough leveling for now. That with the speed is pretty nice. All right, cool. And then we'll do, like, I haven't even geared her, so we'll throw that on here. You said crazy the exact minute I asked, I get the email. Yo, dude, and that's why I was laughing, because I literally, as soon as I read your comment, I got the pop-up. I was like, oh, well, there's that. Oh, definitely gonna give her that, because I think she, we actually kind of want her going fast, so that speed piece is kind of clutch. Ooh, that takes like 300k though. Hold on, we're gonna not be impatient here. Nice, 20 speed. Bro, I've been playing a ton of JJK, not gonna lie to you, bro. JJK has gotten better, man. Oh, do I want this though? I don't really have another option. Cause I think she, what does she do? Mend, if it's up. Yeah, she has a charm, but that's only if Tristan's there. So I'm gonna go too crazy with that piece. I feel like everything else, like, yeah, we just build her tanky so she can take the hits. Because she's really there to support. So we'll try to build her bulky for right now. Yeah, we'll build her bulky and we'll just kind of rock with that. Take these flats for now. And we should be good to go. All right, boom. We'll leave that piece. All right, we should be good to. I think now we could probably do another power push after all that leveling. All right, so we left Achilles. Yeah, I think we'll run with this team. I think this team is gonna clap. We're not gonna lie. From what I've seen so far, from the Heimdall, yes, she's first. Yes, that's what we want. We want that turn meter push. Cause see, now they're being abusive on the enemy team. Oh my God, they hit my composite bowman. Like he stole something. Yeah, give us that. Give us those buffs. Oh yeah, I definitely gotta get my speed up. Yeah, Ramses is doing the damage necessary. I like that. It looks like you can heal. You're healing in between waves too. Nice. Ultimates being casted whenever you have them is pretty sick. So that kind of allows you to cut, keep your team alive. That shield, oh my God. That shield is covering his whole HP bar. Dude, chat, hold on. I don't even know if you can see that, but like, hold on. Let me not move that screen, but let me click myself. Like, that's covering his whole HP bar. That's how much shield he just gave. And I'm almost certain he has the most HP too. So yeah, we're starting to get blue drops now. There we go. Yeah, that dude is, that shield is crazy. Ooh. Ah, that acid proc. Thought you was gonna stay alive, huh, buddy? Good stuff. Oh yeah, they're hitting me hard. Yeah, they definitely are. But that's good though. Like, you don't want all the content to just be you steamrolling it. But that's why I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of glad I got Heimdall, because he has like a defensive layering that I was lacking because I don't have a healer. So, or I'm not using a healer even, I would say. So that's definitely gonna help. And the other thing is too, is now we're starting to see the higher tier pieces. So we're gonna start getting better substats and stuff like that too once we do like our next regear. Yeah, the giant ice sword. Dude, the animations actually look really solid, man. He said you might be able to eat sex saber. Said, man, I need to keep logging in. Can't afford to miss any day. Yeah, I gotta push so much content, man, still. That's probably what I'm gonna do today after I go to the gym. Wow, you killed my composite bowman. How dare you? Nah, 2 Ramseses in a setup is kind of messed up. Dude, they are beating my Ramses up so bad. There you go. Oh, wow. He said return to sender. Wow. Okay. And then they looked and said, is there anyone else? All right, so let me actually go back. Now I know. Oh, you know what? I think we're supposed to farm. I actually think we're supposed to start farming now. Yeah, so that's our drop here. It's random hero, random gear. Can get an epic hero. Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to start farming here. Because now they're starting to just outspeed me, and I need some better. I just need better pieces, and I think that this is the start to. Wait, let me see. Yeah, this is the start to the blue gear. All right, let's see. Yeah, and they got an auto replay too. You said I need the new units, bro. Wait, which one? The next update units? Wait, is it infinite auto battle? I haven't seen them. Cat, you gotta send me a link, bro. I haven't even seen them. Dot support to help my Kafka. Oh, Kafka. Oh, that might be a banner for me. But see, I gotta at least get the base copy of Saber. Call it a day. Yeah, Heimdall with that shield is crazy. And he still does respectable damage, like 3.8k. We're basically a tank. Oh, there's the purple gear. We got another composite bowman, so there's gonna be Dupe City, so we can get him a little bit stronger. All right, cool. So yeah, that's gonna auto battle, and then we'll be back. You said it will be in Arabic, so learn some Arabic. Bro, why are you sending it to me in Arabic, though? Bro, hey, listen, I'll learn, though. I can make do. I'll figure it out. Hey, all I was going to do was use the Google Translate thing. try to put this on auto. All right, there we go. Yeah, so yeah, this is, I think this is the farming phase now because we need more XP. We need more gear. It said probably even Google can't translate it. Even me, I tried to understand it and barely did. Oh, really? Dude, I gotta like sit there and like cause I do it with Japanese all the time. I'll sit there, like you can take a picture of it and translate it. I'm like, man, and then half the time it'd be wrong. I'd be like, bruh. I'm like, what is this? It'll say something like not even remotely close to what the word is actually saying. Why do I like feel like I never? Is that Pandora? Because that looks like Pandora and Pandora in a box. So I'm gonna assume that is her. GG. Hey, all I gotta say, drops is looking kind of consistent. Now my thing is though, I just ended that. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I gotta probably put it back on there. GG. It's you're 50 on 80 on the LC banner, so I don't care about any of the ones currently on rotation. Oh, you talk about the light cone banner? But whose light cone banner are you pulling on though? Dude, I really like Heimdall's animation. That's really sick. Oh, fine on. Okay, got it. All right, cool. So let's go back. All right. So yeah, so I can't do any imprinting yet because we haven't got enough dupes of that yet. Now my thing is, and I probably need to look at these cavern stages. I need to farm specific ones. Okay, I see what's happening right now. So this resource was for alchemy stones, which was wasn't abilities, wasn't gear. Yeah, this is its own thing. And then there's the awakening system. And then I just used those stones for something, and I already don't remember what it was. You said you sent it? All right, cool. Yeah, definitely use those stones for something. I can't remember. Was it Ascension? Oh, Ascension. That's what it was. It was Ascension. So I know the next passive we need 28. Yeah, that 20% increase to units under acid is going to be tough. All right, so I'm going to go and find a stage. So I gotta be smart about this. So yeah, we have a lot of stamina, but I'm pretty sure there's a stage for that red shard. Yep, 1 through 5. Yep, I figured it out. Yep. So we go back and we beat the stages for the drops that we need to build up our units to progress. Yeah, no, I was just like looking at the stages and I was like, each one has a different resource drop in the cavern that gives you different things. So like it's like one's like gear, the other one's gonna give you more like access to units. I think these, for example, are giving you the awakening mat. And I'm trying to get some of the passives because those passives are pretty busted. And then there's other ones that's for like the what is the weapon called? Like the main weapon you put on. So like, yeah, see, there's a whole different set of like rewards you're getting. And that's gonna allow me to be able to go and build up my Ramses more. So yeah, you can't just power push into oblivion. You gotta actually take the time to farm stuff. But they gave us a good amount of stamina to though to do what we want. Yeah, they definitely did give us a good amount of stamina. And this is where like making sure you got units that can like wave clear really well is probably like gonna be super beneficial. Yes. Oh wow. I got one. Only 27 more to go. Yeah, only 27 more to go. So I believe you need to farm gears to make your unit stronger. Yeah, I gotta do the same thing in HSR. Yeah, I have the exact same thing to do, bro. Let's see here. All right. All right, so I'm not gonna kill you guys with my farm. I think what we're gonna go do, because I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to farm all the stuff I need to start pushing more. But I think the alpha lasts for, I think it's 7 days. I think the alpha lasts for 7 days. I might be tripping, but let me see. Yeah, I think it's 7. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna let this farm, and then we're gonna go and let me see. Where'd my chat go? All right, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna let this farm, and then we'll probably go get on Etheria for right now. Hold on, I got messages I didn't look at. Sorry, I got devs messaging me right now. not even capping. All right, there we go. Which one were you in? Okay. Do. You said Etheria or Godforge? Neither. It's actually Silver and Blood. Yeah, it's actually Silver and Blood dubs. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna let this farm. Let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and what are we getting on, chat? Are we getting on Etheria or are we getting on E7 or HSR? I don't even know if I want to get on HSR right now. HSR is just such a pain in the neck, right, to get on. And I think in both Etheria and HSR, all I'm doing is really farming right now. Let's see. We'll get on I guess we could do that. I gotta run through that real quick. All right, cool. Yeah, we're gonna get on Etheria for a little bit while this farms. I'm gonna let this background farm. See, that's the thing too. We love auto battle, you know. You said, what could you do on Etheria? Bro, actually, I really don't have anything to do on Etheria right now, for being real. Like, so you could play the story in HSR. Do I really want to play the story though? Not really. Like, I did, like, it's like I gotta do Epic 7 story stuff. I gotta do I still gotta do, like, I do have to do event stuff in Etheria though. That is the bane here. And I got one pet. I'm like working on my last pet I need to for my artisans. I'll be done with artisan forever. Or at least I think I'll be done with artisan forever. All right, let's see. Yeah, because even on E7, like E7 is just a freaking work in process right now. Let me see. You said, that should be live. Yeah, we were just looking at that. We were just seeing the email just went live. I was laughing because I was like, he just had asked, and then it was like the email had went live. I was like, I know what he did. He went and hit the button. He went and hit the button. You said RTA. What you talking about in Epic 7 or in Etheria? I actually haven't really done much RTA on stream, for that matter, with Etheria. Like, it's okay to do, but like, yeah, once you get up to a certain tier, you don't got certain stuff. Yeah, you're getting clapped. You ain't getting through that. It's just annoying to deal with the freaking revelation meta. I think I'm working on my second lighthouse right now because I can't build speed right now at all. I'm getting wrecked on speed. He said, yeah, Etheria. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing it, really. It's just not really fun. Like, if I'm being honest, it's not really. Like, it is crazy because it's like I know everything about it. Like, I do like watching other people play it at this point, but I just can't really get into it because I don't got the stuff. And so that's like it's like he said fair, yo, because it's true. It's like you like. I wanna like go crazy, and I'm not saying like I'm expecting to be in like the highest elo, but like, bro, like I'm just trying to get into it for real, and because then at that point I can work on stuff and tweak stuff. But like I was saying, like that's kind of the part that like for example, we got on E7 right on my old account. I mean, my account is so out of meta. I was going into fights with like stuff that made zero sense, and I was beating people with it, but it was just funny because it was just like there's no reason like you should be able to do that, but it's fun. Like, it's like, hey, you can still get on your old account and still be able to do stuff. You say your account wasn't even old meta, bro. That's not old meta. Stene with a mediator Cowerwick with Aiden. That's before the whatchamacallit update. What is that? Is that Awakening? Yeah, that's old. That's old meta, bro. Yeah, Aiden is definitely old meta. Like, it's like, that's definitely old meta. Because new meta is you don't get a turn, right? Like, yeah, that's Origins. Yeah, that's Origins. Yeah, she's still good, but not. I don't think she's like cream of the crop compared to like the current meta. The current meta units are ridiculous. Like they're like, again, there's literally Harasetti, you got Arunka, you got the new Para, you got the Tene, you got the like there's some really annoying units right now. You said she's free. You said Amiki. Yeah, Amiki's free too. Yeah. Yeah, bro. So I think like right now, yeah, we get these awakened stones. I want to get Ramses to third awakening. And then I might do Heimdall's too. I'm pretty sure his is pretty solid for the defensive layering. But yeah, dude, yeah, those metas, like E7 metas are kind of ridiculous. Yeah, definitely pretty ridiculous. Oh, hold on, Kat. I gotta look at that that picture you sent me, because you did say you sent me the are these the new characters? Oh, okay, so it's some lady that's laying on is that a seashell? And then so Hycelins and Ciridra. Okay. She has wind shear, bleed, burn, shock. Okay. So wait, is she just a better Black Swan? Like, is that what that is? She's just a better Black Swan? Hey, we got two. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really ran into any bugs yet. Now I'm thinking about it. I think maybe that was one, but I don't think I really ran into any. I think that was just a weird text thing, but oh, you said maybe. Oh, that's right, because she's not out yet. She's not out. Yeah. Oh, nice. We got 4 on this one, and we got another Achilles. Imagine. Yeah, Ramses with this one shot is crazy for this. All right, let's see. So we're at. It's almost done. Hold on, let me see how many more we need. You said how do I feel about the graphics? Actually I like the graphics a lot more than I thought I was going to. I think also too, it might be a little bit biased because I've seen what the graphics originally look like. So they actually look way better than they did originally. But I think also too, they kind of like they address that with graphics is like, and I'm not gonna lie, like this isn't like, for me, I don't really have an expectation on graphics and alphas because this is like, it's probably like my 40th alpha I've ever played, like honestly. And most alphas are usually like, you're not really getting high graphic quality necessarily. Like you're kind of looking more at like base mechanics and like interactions of like the units and stuff like that. And then when you kind of step into betas, you kind of start to see a little bit more graphic rendering and stuff like that into like the official release. So even when I was like doing stuff with Etheria, like Etheria base, like alpha stuff was okay, right? Like it wasn't like crazy. But I think honestly the foundation is there. So a lot of this is just lighting, shader rendering, or shader rendering, and then like yeah, it's just really all the extra sauce that kind of goes into a final product. And they got 2 more alphas they're doing. So yeah, I feel like for me it's honestly fine. Is it like the best like there ever was? Nah, but I mean it's an alpha. So I think that that's kind of that. Now if this was like official release, then I'd be like I don't know, man. But yeah, an alpha is kind of expected to be like this because what was the alpha I did? Like when we played Do at Night Abyss, right? We did their alpha. I did their alpha 1 and 2, and they like that. I was running through the floor. I was my character. I think it was one part I fell. I like it like rendered me and like shifted me into another part of the game, and it forced me into a boss fight at endgame. So I ended up in an Eldering fight basically. Like at the very beginning of the game because I felt like it's a weird bug where it like shot me to like this like one of the like I guess it was like probably one of the latter bosses in that alpha, and I'm sitting there like doing like 2 damage, and I'm thinking like this is a boss I'm supposed to fight, but apparently I wasn't even supposed to be there yet. And yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. But that's the alpha experience a lot of the times. So yeah, I mean, even with like Deathlight, it was like that. Like they only had 1 boss in it, so this is kind of standard. You don't usually have a lot of the game unlocked. Things like gacha, like I don't think even with Etheria we didn't have gacha. Well, we had gacha, but we didn't have like monetization structure and stuff like that actually accessible until like the betas right before release. So yeah, a lot of those things you don't usually see those things anyway until release. So better graphic quality, I would even argue, came closer to release as well. They fixed the hub closer to release. But yeah, these are all things that, like I said, I think if you really want a good point of reference, checking out the Fateless channel and just keeping up with the videos that Hell Hades is putting up. Because he kind of goes through like the known feedback that they've gotten and like the work that they're actually doing. And like a lot of times in those videos, which I find to be cool, is they'll go through the actual process with you. So he'll be with like the person that's in charge of actually creating the 3D, doing the 3D rendering and creating the characters. And he'll go through like the actual changes, like whether it be like things like the body structures or types and stuff like that, or the actual layering for the armor, or like things like that. Like they've been taking the community through the entire process, which I've yet to experience that. And I've been, like I said, I've been doing this for a pretty long time. So it's pretty cool to be a part of something like that, because you don't usually get to see like the ins and outs of like how difficult certain things actually are to do, versus like the things that are a little bit more simpler to do. So a lot of these things, I think for me, is just cool to see them going from concept art into 3D models. So we got shown these all originally just as concept arts, and the concept arts look sick. So to actually see them kind of come to life, and they already have like certain graphic quality like that's there. I know they talked about like the text being already acknowledged and something they planned on like redoing and stuff like that. We'll probably see a whole bunch of different graphical things though, like from maybe some portrait changes to weapon, armor, animation enhancements and stuff like that. But those are like the icing on the cake a lot of the time. He said, you have a question about Silver and Blood. Do you need copies from limited units? Yes, if you want them to have more stats. But I mean, like the main thing with Silver and Blood, you need to get 5 units to level 200. With the limited units, I just wouldn't even suggest going crazy over them unless you planned on actually like if you're at the point where you needed to get units to 200, if you're at the point to pull enough to try to get them to 200. Wait, this is a different shard type. I don't think I'm tripping. I think that's a different shard type. I have to look at that. But yeah, for the most part, everything after the 3rd copy after base is for bonus stats. The first 3 copies after the base is for level uncapped. So you definitely, like, if you're gonna pull the limited unit, if you don't have a full squad or you're not even close to full level 200s, then you want to definitely do it. at least to get the 200, which is that's four copies in total. Now, hold on, let me stop this real quick so I can see how many I actually need. Because we're getting the purple and the... I'm not even... that's unfortunate. I'm not even working on a purple unit right now, but that's all right. Oh, but you know what, though? Are they both sharing the same... Wrong thing. Cancel. Go back. Ooh, okay, that's expensive. So, okay, I was getting a different drop, so I wasn't tripping. Okay, so I was getting the different rarity drops. Okay, so, okay, this is good to pay attention to because this is like food for thought for certain investment choices, like what you would build over other things. So it's kind of like this almost kind of in a way creates a parameter where you wouldn't necessarily try to full invest into a legendary right away just because you get more bang for your buck building up like a lower rarity. Like we go to upgrade, ascend. Yeah, like it costs 75 just to unlock that passive. So we were going to probably the 6-star would be a little bit more, but we have 29 now. So we get that awaken 3. Yeah, doing that on Heimdall is going to be a little bit expensive and a process. I don't think that that's going to be a day one thing right now. Let's see. And then the ascension for Achilles, yeah, like 1-star is 25. Interesting. So 73.26. Okay. Okay, I think I kind of have an idea how I want to do this. So I'm going to build into these lower rarities because they're just going to be much easier to power push with. You say your units are still 60 and to 70, so you're almost at that first cap, which is 80. So yeah, you need units at that 120. Then after that is 150, then 200. I think that's the cap unlocks. Then we can use this. Oh, so he doesn't have any ability upgrades, so that does not work for my boy. And the cool thing is because this sets is the way it is, we could just move that to a different character. Okay, pretty cool. A sack. I haven't looked at his kit yet. So if this attack is critical, heal this hero for 25% of the damage inflicted. Petrify. I might build this unit because Petrify, 50% chance to Petrify sounds really strong. 20% chance to place Blades on the target for a turn, and Petrify skips the next turn, increases divinity effects. Oh, are reduced by 50. Oh, Petrify is pretty strong. I might build this guy. Yeah, I might actually build that guy so I can go through some of these waves a little bit better. All right, so let's see. And then I have all those accuracy pieces on so we farmed that one up a little bit. Let's see. Okay, Ramses is faster now, which is good. Oh yeah, this is looking way better. So dang, that awakening, those ascensions did some work. This last part though is where they kind of got me last time too. Oof. Okay, we got that defense up, shield. Nice. Yeah, I think we win this one, Grandpa. Boom. Nice. All right. All right, the Brazilian archer. Sharpen 1 with a sharpen on the second skill. We got 2 brawler pieces. Yeah, that's not bad. Come on, chat. I'll be right back. Yeah, my bad. I thought I heard somebody at my door. All right. Let's see here. So we beat that in a minute. All right, so obviously they doing something. All right, let's see how much further we can push. Oh, now we got to deal with the petrified guy. The guy has literally said I'm gonna build. Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and one-shot him, please. Wait, you said you also did 130 pulls in the game. You still got a lot of pulls to do. Yeah. Yeah, you still got a lot of pulls you can do. I just realized the lion has a taunt. Oh, there it is. You get a whole bunch of shards from that victory. We shall take that. That'll be, well, it's not going to Heimdall yet, but yeah, the fact that you can still one-shot at this point is still pretty good. Oh, man. My composite bowman is getting dropped like crazy now. But, I mean, I do got a lot of attack gear on him. I think that's all he has is attack. Flat attack and attack percent. So I gotta change that. All right, so yeah, our guild is actually doing pretty well too. Whew, 8.4K. So we might be able to get to floor 40 with no problem. We might. I don't know. I gotta look at the guild to see. Is that defense and HP flat? Orange jizzle. You say you have to. You say you bullying Kirito? Yeah, I don't think there's a. I don't remember if there's a timer though, bro. That's the only thing. I felt like there wasn't, but could be tripping. Oh, okay, I think I see a bug. It's like sometimes it'll show because I'm like looking at who's going versus whose icon is showing. Not bad. Okay, so we got 24 of those from there. All right, floor 39. We'll probably stop at 40 and then actually farm. Oh, dang, it's not one-shotting. Never mind, they're dead. I feel like the Green Knight has a really cool ability. And shield go burr. Oh, there it is. What was that? Wait, who is that? That's I don't even know who that is. Yeah, that shield is ridiculous. Boom. All right, cool. Yeah, 21 of the gods still epics. Pretty good. Yeah, so they actually give you a good amount of XP too, the higher up the stage you go. Alright, this is probably the last one we'll be able to do until, like, before the game's like, nah fam, you're doing too much, you gotta go farm. But we farmed one unit and that was able to allow us to push back past that barrier, which is not bad. Oh boy. Wow. It just dropped my whole team in one hit. Basically. Yeah, I'm installing Godforge on my phone so I can have it auto on the side. Yeah, you didn't have to do me like that. All right, so they say, yeah, you're not even doing level 40 yet. So I'm assuming 40 is another gear check. All right, sweet, sweet, sweet. So not too bad. Heimdall's pretty nice. Ramses, my number one pick for starter right now. All right, sweet. I guess they base the account level off of your dungeon level, so that's pretty sick. All right. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's next here. Ascend. Damn, so I gotta go get the greens and the blues probably. Yeah, so we'll get them worked up. Oh wow, I was like right at the cusp of the better difficulty for the drop. All right. So I guess we gotta do, is it green? All right, auto replay. All right, sweet. Let that cook. All right, guys. Let's see. From 11 a.m. to 12. Okay, sweet. All right, bet. All right, this is gonna give me like 30 of the higher tiers. We love it. We love it. We love it. All right. Boom. All right. All right. And get on Etheria for a minute. Boop 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 boop. Because I'm gonna let that farm in the background. It will have Godforge going. Let me change my category on Twitch. All right. Yeah, I was trying to see how far I could push, and I got slapped at floor 40. So now I'm like doing the grind part. I didn't think I thought it was gonna take me longer to grind the other shards I needed, but now I'm like I'm gonna actually build up the rest of the team, and then go to the next thing. But the beta or the alpha lasts for a little bit, so I gotta like move it over. I'm gonna move it over to my phone at some point too, so that I can actually keep it on the auto grind. Let's see here. All right, what? Oh, wrong one. Oh wait, I never hit. Did I never hit start game? I thought, but almost certain I did. But all right, that's okay too. That's okay too. That is okay too. Yeah, I still got to do. Still got to do my daily. Yeah, I still got to do my dailies for Etheria. All right, Etheria, the restarts. If it ever pops up, you know. There you go. He said, "How's my day? Not too bad, man. After I get off stream, probably gonna go to the gym, and that's that. Probably. Oh, I gotta make a video on my other channel, but then yeah, after the gym, I'll be chilling for the rest of the day. Yeah, that's about it, man. Life is chill. Can't complain. I will take chill. Did I stop my auto battle? Of course it did. Of course it did. Oh, hold on. He said, "What is Godforge?" Godforge is a turn-based game, and it's gonna have all the gods in it. You know. Let me see. What was I about to do? All right, let me. Dude, it's actually kind of cool to see that they have it, like, to actually be able to play it on iOS on the phone. Next, yeah, start testing, accept. And I'm moving Godforge over so I can have it farming. I think I can log in with my. All right, yeah, we'll let that download. You said a better dislike, bro. Anything is better than dislike at this point, you know. that's just where we're at. All right, so yeah, we gotta do our Gamba event today too, which is kind of a thing. But let me see. Show. What was I doing? Show. Nico, continuous. All right. He said Chad. But yeah, how's your day going, fam? Appreciate you for asking, though. Yeah. Believe it or not, this team's actually like really OP here, but we can kind of do that after you've, like, you know, you beat some so many times, you can just kind of throw whatever you want and stuff. All right, so I know I have to finish that artisan. You have another 6-star that we can do. We got 32 pots right now. We have this one. All right. You said you finally got Yelly from a multi? Congrats, man. That's a W. That is a huge W. There was something I wanted to try. I was trying to remix a team, but I'll worry about that after. Oh, hold on, we got Godforge up over here. Said driving home from work, thought you thought you'd throw the stream on. Hey, appreciate that, fam. Hey, listen, definitely drive safe. Hey, unless you typing with your toes, then hey, do what you do what you want, man. Hey, listen, yeah, definitely drive safe though, bro. You know. All right, so let's see here. Oh, brother. Let's go Gamba, you know? All right. Bro, the visual behind that is funny too. You know? What is that? Is that 2,000? Greedy. Now go ahead and give me 4,000. Yep, yep. Yeah, we only rolled the die here. Oh, another one? Yeah. Stop playing, dude. Like you can't keep giving me these low numbers and think I'm not gonna roll the die. All right, yeah. So we got 13K. Immediately gain 50%. Or lose 50% chance to lose 20%. Why not? Oh, I gained. Imagine. I ain't gonna lie, we've been kind of tripping. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Ah, my first one that we lost. You said is Godforge a gacha? Yes, it will be a gacha. But for the alpha, they don't have the gacha accessible. So what they did is they actually made it to where in the cavern style alpha test they're doing, you can get the units. Oh, I lost it. Damn. You can get the units from tower drops. So like the units drop there. So you don't even have to worry about the gacha. But yeah, there's gonna be a gacha. I think in the game currently they got 67 units. But I know I think there's like way more characters they want to have for the game for launch. So we shall see. But yeah, it's pretty cool though. There's a lot of different layers that I've seen already. A lot of different set bonuses. I actually think the strategy in the game is going to be pretty fun, for sure, to experience. I could just put gear back on her. I just don't feel like it. Oh. Oh, brother. Do I just do it? Yeah, I should. Did we have that button this whole time? Chat, am I tripping? We didn't have that button, did we? Like, I don't remember that button. It's a button where you can literally go and... I feel like... Has that button always been there? It's a button right on the top right that lets you go into your character screen to just, I guess, re-equip. I don't remember this button. I don't realize... I feel like I've never seen it. I guess that might be just a me problem. I just never bothered to look up. So that wasn't there day one of this event. That wasn't okay. I was like, I don't think I'm tripping, bro, because I swear that was something I was just like, well, let me just go ahead and back out, because that's all I ever do is back out to go change gear. Let me see here. You say you think they recently added that? Okay, so I'm not tripping because I'm like, dude, I play this game every day. Was that was like a shadow like added in? Because I swear they didn't say anything. Like, I'm like, bruh. Let me see. I guess you can use this for now. Why not? We don't care. We just want you to have something on. You just need to be here, and we win. The Kekker showed his account units. Yeah, dude, he has a lot of 300 plus speed units. Yeah, 334 Lily. Yeah, like. That's like crazy, bro. That's actually really crazy. I'm not gonna lie. You said they added that with Nahar Fuji patch. Did they? I never noticed it. That's crazy. Yeah, I like never noticed that. Okay. That always backed out to re-gear. Thought I was an idiot when I finally saw that. Assumed it was there the entire time. No, it definitely was not. And if they just, and if it was on those two, then that just happened for sure, because they haven't even been in the game that long. So. It's
砕かれた夢が叫んでいる。一緒に耳を傾けて。
boom.
ちゃんと受け取ってね。最も華やかなフィナーレを飾ってみせるわ。
You said, can Yelly just come home? I thought you had reroll for Yelly, Raph. I thought you had her already. Oh, you got Lily. Okay. I thought you said you reroll for Lily and Yelly. You said my best advice for getting through hell, bro. Shells. I don't think it's just shells. I actually really think it's also lower investment. Like, there's a lot of stuff that like can get you through it. Like. So shell wise, like if you're in hell difficulty, you should be using like artisan. Artisan is like probably one of the most busted, not even probably, it is. It's one of the most busted shells in the game, right? Like it's defensive layering on top of, depending on the unit, it could be a form of damage scaling. If they're a defense scaler, it can be, again, like I said, the defensive layering, and it's constant, right? So Artisan is huge. There's even some setups where people will literally, they don't use, like 3 of their units will have artisans on them. Like they just give themselves more defensive layering so that they can survive as HP thresholds and stuff shift. They just go artisan, right? Gigabyte is pretty huge too, because Gigabyte makes up for lack of speed. And that's based off of enemies going and getting more turns. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I talked about that in my video today, and it was just like, just kind of like that rule of 3. Like, I feel like the best thing you can do on your account is make 3 of each like important shell, because in most content, even in PvP, like there's like some of the ways that people are counteracting like the revelations is they're doing 3 lighthouses, you know. So those things definitely do play a big part. Like I would say those using revelation, most people have 3. Well, most people got like 4 to 5 revelations. They be going crazy over revelation. But like, yeah, I got 3 gigabytes. I got 3 codex of magics. Right now, I would say before, it took longer to get to like the point of actually being able to just have the shells built. But now they did increase training data, so technically you can build more shells faster. You just can't roll passives as much, like at a higher interval. It's still the same. And so some people made different investment choices. So there's some people that actually have way more like shells than I do, for example, but they also didn't roll passives as much, or they didn't get unlucky on their passive rolls. So like that's why I made my video, like, and there's some dudes that were salty, like, because they're just salt buckets. But the thing is that that's the layering of the game. Like when you talk about unlucky, like there's like, were you gacha unlucky? Were you gear unlucky? Were you shell unlucky? Were you know, like there's like that's the reality of what we have to deal with. So like even on shells, there's some people that their luck isn't so much about getting like say a white fang drop. It's the specifics of a certain type of white fang drop. Like for example, I forgot who it was. One of the homies was trying to get me to fuse my white fang with Fury Keen Eye Fury Edge on it. So that I could build a speed Swift Rush, Swift Raid white fang. But in all honesty, it's just at that point, I'm better off just building a whole separate white fang, because the chances, like people right now cannot even get this drop, right? Like that's farming the people that have been farming Nico Nana, they're not even remotely close to seeing a drop with Fury, Keen Eye, and Fury Edge, right? So that's a pretty rare drop. So like that's something that like you know, you have to kind of you factor in when you're doing certain things is like whether or not you have the means to replace it versus like it just doesn't make sense. Let me just go build another one. And that's something you can tangibly work with or affect, right? The other things that you like, the things you can't really dictate is like your drops. Like that's the thing you can't dictate. So like you try to go for the best thing that you can. Like I would say like most of my earlier builds really was Swift Rush if I could help it. And then once I realized that I wasn't getting enough speed on stuff, I started building into Strive, Bulwark, for a lot of things. I think like even stuff like people didn't realize like Bulwark on certain characters, like it actually like say like take for example like Freya, Bulwark actually procs her passive immediately, right? So like it's like little things like that that actually are super beneficial. But some people in their heads like, why would I use Bulwark? But in some cases you need sets like that. Like I didn't have the means to go fast enough, so I had to actually take hits. I had to actually, you know, so like that was like what I was up against. I was pretty much, I'm still slow in most stuff. I think my fastest character is my Lily, which is at like 290. But that's the only character I have that's that fast. So for the most part, everything else has been building according to being able to just take the hits. Like I'm not out of that, like that part of the game yet. You said how fast do I need to be to compete in upper hells? I mean, to complete it speed wise, what was that chat like? Was that like 270? Is that like 280? Like somewhere around there? Because I don't think you need to be like 300 speed. If you're talking like when you're in Inferno, yeah, like you're closer to like the really like the two upper 290s, 300 plus speeds, like that's where you kind of have that come into play. Because most people, they'll have like pretty fast characters if they're doing certain one-shot setups. But if I'm being honest, your best bet is to try to do a normal run, because the normal runs are also just more consistent too. So like characters even that like if you haven't built like Vice, that's such a huge character I think generally. But even Wells, we're using characters like Vice to get through stuff, right? It's a easy character to build comparatively to everything else, right? Because it's an R rarity. But this character was keeping people alive through upper tower floors, getting them through what is it called? I don't know, it's not Ethernet Rally, it's why am I blanking on the name of that content? It's what's this damn thing? Ember Track. Yeah, so people are using characters like Vice to get through that. People are using like I used to beat Shadow Flame Hoyan regular red Kachi, right? You got like the homie Barcode is using Sybil as a main DPS. Like, you know, like there's like certain characters that are just super efficient once you have like access to even just the base things from like the Revelations or the Codex of Magics, the Artisans, the Gigabytes, stuff like that, and they just work. But yeah, I think the goal really is to try not to aim too high, because a lot of the big push that I felt like led a lot of players to failure, and it's also kind of a contributor why the game's where it's at too, is like a lot of players had this perception that they need to be going fast. Like that's the only way they can play the game is if they're going fast. And the slower comps may have taken a little bit more to maybe build into, but they are more efficient. So now you're starting to see the Doki Doki setups come into to the forefront, with the Fuchis, and even without her, Doki Doki is like becoming super popular just because she can purify debuffs the way that she does. Still offers turn manipulation, but then she also gives you the speed increase and the damage up that's intended for longer fights. Like she doesn't ramp it immediately. It's something that happens over time in a fight. So it's like little things like that like kind of is really honestly determined on your luck or by your luck. And it's in multiple areas. So it's like there's the unit luck, but I would even say even if you have a unit, you could have a unit but still not have the speeds to make that unit do X thing that somebody else is doing. So you still might have to build slow. Right, like that's kind of what it is, and not build slow, like in the sense of like, well, I mean like just building regular clears basically. So Yeah, that's kind of just what it is. I think at this point, I think like again, now people are starting to have to work backwards, which is kind of why also like the way the game feels kind of sucks too, because they already went and they invested in certain things, trying to actually go for more faster clears. But if you don't have the gear to match that, um, yeah, it's just not gonna work. You're just better off slowing your stuff down and going and like building a little bit more bulkier, and trying to sustain for longer fights. You just have more success with that way. That generally I'll say, because even like the Remoka clear, it's like Remoka clear is just so specific. Like you need the rotation to really honestly be damn near perfect, and then Remoka has to have really really good damage on her for her to be one shot consistently. So a lot of people, like even just outside of that, like even utility in other areas, like so I'm seeing a lot of people saying they prefer Shiota, right? And Shiota is a slower clear, but it's not so much slower to where it's like, you know, it's taking me 7 minutes to clear. Like, you know, it's still a respectable clear. You said data stream is broken. Yeah, I mean honestly, that's gonna be one of my next probably one of my next skills I really start pushing on a character. Is probably going to be my Doki Doki, because I'm not really trying to work on too many new projects at this point. I'm just trying to take what I have and actually building that up so that I can actually do, like, because I feel like for what it's worth, like at least for me personally, like I have everything I need. I just have to actually build more into those things and hopefully get better RNG on some of my pieces. But yeah, scale up investment definitely does help quite a bit. But it's nice to know at least that if you have one or the other, you can still do stuff. You just got to know what pieces you need to make either or work. And I feel like for the Lily, you still need a damage dealer that's still fairly built. Like it's not just like a random, you know, DPS that's not built well. Like they still got to be built, right? So the other thing is too is like a character completely changes when you can actually have like the Fury Edge implemented into your build too. Like it's just not even the same. And it's, I mean, the same thing for the Swift Smite, the Swift Raid, like stuff like that. But yeah, Vice is huge. The Arkachi I will say is god tier, like for free to play players. Like seriously, really, really good. Yo, what's up? Oh, that's wild. How you doing, fam? Yeah, Red Kachi, absolutely a must invest in my opinion. Depending on what daughters you have, if you have Obel, he's good. Fangus is good. Trying to go through the ringer of like SR characters here. Obviously, the Ting is good if you have the Ting. If you have Sania, even is actually pretty good. She's an option for is that Shadow Flame or Shadow Hoyan yeah, Shadow Flame Hoyan. I feel like she is. Yeah, she's good, but again, it's with the pairing for Tissimo. Depending on like your access to that kind of can change some units. Like Fuchi is good on that shell. I use Mia on that shell. I'll be using you said better than Purple Kachi. Red Kachi and Purple Kachi do two different things. Red Kachi is a turn meter manipulator that can also CC, and also has a skill too that turn meter pushes DPS essentially, and gives them an attack up and cools down their skill, right? Purple Kachi or Disorder Kachi is a defensive layered unit, so he gives you defense up and immunity in his skill 3, and he has an effect accuracy proc that basically can increase the like it has like different increase or incremental proc chances that will give you like say for example like increased duration on all your buffs or the immunity proc, etc. He has a skill 2 that has pushback but a single target, and then he has a skill 1 that inflicts crit rate down. So they're very different and how they actually work. There's like I would say like Red Kachi is CC turn meter pushback generally with that attack up buff turn meter push, and the Purple Kachi is more of like defensive layer with a turn meter push and damage like reducer, because he can reduce how often an opponent can crit if you can land the crit rate down in a skill 1. So he pairs like pretty well with characters like Viper, for example, because Viper has like a crit rate mitigating passive, so you take less damage with him on the party from crit hits. And then you have characters like Kachi the Guard that can actually reduce the chance of them critting in the first place. So yeah, it's two different characters, and you're gonna want both built, in my opinion. They're both really, really good, to be honest. You say good. What about you? Oh yeah, I'm doing all right. Can't complain. Just farming some shell stuff. I was trying to get that out the way. I'm about to go back into the dreamscape because I got to do this crap, so that I can actually what's it called? Open some more boxes. Now I don't know if I want to do. Yeah, I think we'll do YOLO. Yeah, we'll just go in here. These are easy now. Ringo too. Yeah, so yeah, Sani is good in Ringo as well. Yeah. Yeah, she's really, really solid. I think a lot of people like kind of underrated her capabilities after she got adjusted. Like, cause she did get nerfed, but she was really oppressive. So now, I mean, she gets to be a support healer every turn she goes. So she's kind of busted. And she does it really, really well. All right, so hold on, chat. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, she does it really, really well. And I think like some people miss the text on like Fortissimo. Fortissimo literally, it's I think it's every time they proc a heal. So if you go to yeah, each time the owner Animus heals, it stores 35% of the actual healing and 70% of the excess healing. Like that right there is crazy. Like that, like Fortissimo is crazy for sustain. That's definitely something you do get to have pop off pretty consistently as well. We're only on 3. Ooh, we'll go Greedy Soul. Imagine that. Double the rewards. Sweet Dreams will contain dreamy coffers with +2 additional ones. Make it big. Wait, is that only the Sweet Dream though? I think it is. Okay, I guess we gotta go in here. You said good explanation. Oh yeah. I mean, I've been playing the game for quite some time, you know. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I actually really like knowing information on units, because that's the thing that I feel like kind of gets lost in translation too often, is that a lot of players will see they'll see certain things laid out like tier list, or just like even just that they just go look for things on their own. There's like usually not a thing to explain why something is away. So then when they make a choice, they don't realize like, oh, well, that's really like that or tiered like that because that's looking from an end game perspective. But like before then, that's probably not like a first priority for you. I don't know who I want to throw in here. I think all my dark units are like useless right now. Yeah, I just ungeared like mad characters, so yeah, I think we're just gonna have to roll with this for right now. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's only, is there one enemy for this? YOLO. We'll throw Messiah in there. It said, thanks for your advice. Yo, no worries, Atomic. Anytime, fam. Anytime. Oh, this one isn't the kill as many as you need to, is it? It's not. I did all that for no reason. How many do we get? Like 11K? Oh, that was quick math, but okay. Doki, Inferno. With a Viper and a Messiah. See here, I should be using red Kachi low key, but I ungeared him. Oh, actually, you know what? I can gear him back. Who's I ain't gonna lie, since I actually like kind of sort of built my red Kachi, I use him all the time. He's kind of OP. Take him out. Especially for like little stuff like this. Just don't give stuff turns. It's always nice. I need you to proc some more of those assists. And the skill 2 is gonna jump my Yelly all the way to the front of the line for the skill 3. Who do I want to kill here? Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with immunity from Messiah or Cleave. Yeah, I was not trying to deal with either one of those. You say you ignored this event. Happened so long to realize it's over in a few hours. See that, but that was the thing, right? Like I get it, right? I get when like I get everybody's like frustrated and stuff like that. But one thing I've learned with gacha games, if there's anything in the game that's giving you something, you never not do it. Cause like that's the thing that's like that's X amount of resource that you just like kind of don't have now or you don't get. And you still kind of have the same complaint at the end of it. It's like, well, I didn't get anything now. So it's like, so I get it when people are like, now it's one thing if you quit, then there's that, right? But if you're going to keep playing, you might as well just do the event at that point. Like, might as well, because it's still stuff. But I also think like too, was like certain boxes that I just felt like became a lot more valuable with the value of the actual drop chance and stuff like that. So like I was doing like I did like 100 like of the perfect lattice shard boxes and I got like 14 shards. So I was like let me go ahead and swap over to something else I need, which I still need to build characters and get them to 6-star. And that was actually pretty solid investment too when I like was looking at the ratio on those boxes. I did like 30 something boxes and got 33 purple shadow prints, which that's actually a pretty good amount considering that's what a third of what I did for the perfect lattice. He said closed mouths don't get fed. Man, like I mean for me it's just like I took it for what it was. It's like, hey, this is extra resources that I didn't have before. Is it exactly what I feel like I need? Not really, but it's still excess stuff that I can take advantage of for right now. And hey, like when they implement whatever it is that they're gonna implement, I'll still have the excess things that came from this, because even like these extra dream essences and stuff like that, like that's gonna be, it's just more stuff that I can buy out of here. So I'll get some of these shards. I'll probably be able to do 3 of those, and then I was thinking about saving them for the evolution lattice, but this is kind of expensive to me, to be honest. But then again, it's like not a shard, so I get it, but I also don't at the same time. So yeah, it's like really honestly you're just trying to gamble on these boxes. All right, so we are going to do Just because I don't feel like not using my Freya. And it's like low-key easy too. Like in reality, like this event might take you, if you really sit and do it, might take you like 30 minutes. Blast your keys. I would even say less if you're just running through it, picking anything. This is the one, of course. Should have swapped characters, but it is whatever. I wonder what the highest kill for this is. So I might do that, but I don't know if I have time. So after I hit the gym today, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing after this. Like, I'm gonna go hit the gym. Like, but yeah, I mean, that's like really for what it's worth. But I also I've had to cut back on a lot of my games recently because I was playing too much, and there's like certain games I really want to make sure I have time to play. Like I wanted to play Godforge. I wanted to play, like I said, when Chaos Zero Nightmare comes out, I definitely want to play that. And I'm jumping back into E7 a little bit, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, really for the most part, I'm just kind of playing stuff that I kind of enjoy to play, I guess. Really, I feel like I probably took my gear off of my damn Messiah. And forgot to put it back. He said you have too many games on your plate, said as well, said 12. Said 9, I mainly do dailies in. Man, yeah, that's always just gonna feel rough, man. I mean, like the best thing I felt like I did was like dropping a lot of games, and if I play a game, it's like super, or pretty much because I want to play it. Stop spending on a lot of games. Damn, I always try to go for the 45, but yeah, I stopped spending on a lot of games, and I think the only game I really spend on right now is cosmetics and Silver and Blood, which is like, oh yeah, we're taking that. Get me out of here. Cosmetics and Silver and Blood, which is like $15 right now, like 15, 20. Oh no, it's like $30 now, probably around there. But like Silver and Blood, and then on this, but it's the main game I play, so. Oh boy, we're totally gonna be greedy with He said that game slaps. Yeah, it's really fun. I love Silver and Blood. I've been playing DC World Collides a lot too. I gotta get on Marvel Mystic Mayhem though. So that sounds about right. Said $20 skin and Nikkei. Yeah, one of the skins is $15, but the other one is behind it was behind a pass, so I kind of had no choice but to get it if I wanted the skin. So it was like, just was what it was. Oh boy, we lost that. Me gambling. Yeah, it was just, yeah, it just was what it was. So I was like, whatever. Kind of had no choice. He said you just started Marvel. It was really fun. Yeah, I like Marvel a lot. I really do. I got a pretty stacked account too. Yeah, I have a pretty stacked account for what it's worth. Let's see. I guess we'll go with this. Nah. Yeah. So Marvel's pretty dope too, and I like the fact they gave away like free skins and stuff like that. Yeah, I got Spider-Man on my account right now. I got Doctor Strange. I got Storm with some dupes in her because I pulled her early, and then I got the free copy of her from the login bonus. I have Juggernaut. I think that's it in terms of like the legendary ones. I know, like, I think it was Luna. Is it Luna Snow? I know she's pretty strong right now. I know Doctor Strange is really strong right now too. And there was somebody else. Oh, Iron Man is like really good, but I didn't pull on his banner. I wanted Spider-Man, so I went for Spider-Man instead. Emma Frost, that's what it was. Yeah, not Luna. It was Emma Frost, yeah. He said, and Thor. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Like, I will say, though, with that game, it's like, it's not as cut and dry as just like, oh, you build these 3 units and you just win the game. It's like, you're gonna actually have to build stuff, so. It's just the way of the game. Yeah, it's not just build 3 units, because there's different damage types in like different dungeons that require nukers versus like AoE units versus like there's even a dungeon that's like mainly built for like your bruiser tanks. Like you just throw them in there and they actually do it better than any other type of unit. So yeah, there's that game definitely has some layering to it. It's pretty good. Let's see here. Oh boy, I gotta think about this. What's this one do? Bringling low. Yeah. So I haven't like logged in like probably like 4 or 5 days. But I just been busy. I've been busy with some other stuff. And like I'm like in the process of like moving and a whole bunch of other crap. And I'm like trying to find another PC too. So go to, we're not using, what attribute are we not using for this one? Is it light? Yeah, it is. Okay. Forget it, but just leave it. You said make a video. On my other channel, I actually make videos on other games occasionally. So like Marvel's something I actually play like pretty casually, but I do make videos on like events and stuff like that. So yeah, that same thing for DC Collide. That's on my original channel though. So this channel is like mainly on my turn-based stuff. Like I do silver. It's the same channel I do Silver and Blood stuff on. Yeah, I have the whole channel that I do Silver and Blood content on. So I'll probably do an update video on my Marvel account. I think I'm gonna get a t-shirt made that says "We love Artisan" on it. I forgot what my last score was on this. I just wasn't even paying attention. I think I like slapped units here and then walked away. Like, yeah, I do not regret doing Ling Lo's skill 1. I wish I would have did it sooner, but resources, man. So I can't get a swift cure supernova to save my life. I gotta see, do I have a swift cure? I think that might be a swift cure actually. Like if not the supernova, I think it might be my Fortissimo. I don't know if that's a swift cure though. It might be, but if it, I mean, I don't even know. I stopped paying attention to certain things. It's just like I'm just gonna have to use this for right now. That's where things was where we were where things were boiling down to. It's like, all right, we don't really have an option here, so we're just gonna use this. Buff extension. How dare you almost kill? Like, how is my healer almost dead out of everybody? Sorry, we ran out of time anyway. All right. All right. Get me out of there. Okay. I love how they just boot you. They don't even take you anywhere. They say, yeah, you finished, bro. You finished. You finished. Okay. So let's see here. Shells. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't think that that's a supernova. Yeah, like, see, like, that's what I was saying. Like, I just straight up settled. I was like, yo, I can't. Nope. Let me see if I have one. I might. But maybe not, because do I even have any supernovas? Nope, not really. I think that that's the other thing, too. Like, the dungeon with supernova is just so specific to supernova. Yeah, like, Wellspring Time Weave. I'm pretty sure I didn't have any Swift Rush Cure, because I would have definitely... I would have definitely used it. But that dungeon is just, like... It's just so specific for farming that comparatively to, like, the other dungeons. Like, at least, like, if you're farming Nico Nana, you got White Fang, Artisan, Gigabyte. I would even say Alicorn. Like, all these are really good. Like, Alicorn is definitely a little bit more of a play in the PvP, but, like, still, they're all, like, really solid. But here, I mean, I think Dark Moon's not working right. Supernova is, like, kind of the highest value here. I mean, some people definitely do use Halloween for some things, and even lower on Golden Lion, so there's that. So then it's like you kind of skip over it and go right into Artisan, because Artisan got Jackal Guard, Revelation, and freaking Amber. And then in Rengoku, you got Lighthouse, Count, and Fortissimo, and Codex of Magic. Like, so that's a whole thing too. So it's like, yeah, those difficulties, or those dungeons, like doing the Sharon, it doesn't feel as great. Does not feel as great. Let's see here. I think we'll exit that for now. All right, so we got, I think we did our triple Artisan. So we got our third Artisan, but now, oh my God, it's like, this, like, I gotta roll this crit damage off, but like, why are we here? Yeah, I gotta roll this crit damage off, but it's like I could also use this piece on somebody else. Like, I could technically give this to, I don't know, like, you know, my Holden. Yeah, we don't got a lot of reconfigure rolls. We'll do one. Oh, wow. Crit rate. See, once you start rolling, you can't stop. What is, I'm walking out. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I only got 12. I only got 12. What is it? Is it even 12? I think it's literally 54. Yeah, I got 54 more reconfig chips. That's about to be GG. You said what team could be used in Sharon Inferno? You said Nodoki Lily. Off the top of my head, I think your supports will still be, you still would use things like, I think like single target. It's kind of, there's like the Ting well, no, Sybil definitely not in there because she's a disadvantage. So the Ting for damage, I mean, you got Yelly for damage, but that's also kind of based off the pairing. So there's like the thing you would be trying to supplement with, like, say Lily. If you're using her, it would need to be somebody that's gonna allow you to get your turns, which it would be like Red Kachi. But the problem is that, like, how fast can you make your Red Kachi at that point? Lily is a lot easier to make really, really fast. And then if you go Doki also offers layers of protection to mitigate DOT. So it's kind of rough without one or the other. But you can, like, there are things like Freya, but Freya would need, like, for example, if you want a Freya to work, Freya is gonna need to proc her Dreamweave more often, which I think that's gonna require her to, she's gonna need investment in her skill too, because Dreamweave is the only way that she can counteract anything. And if you know, like, if you've used her, if you have a debuff that's applied before Dreamweave is applied, then it doesn't purify or cleanse anything. Whereas, like, when you use Doki Doki, it doesn't matter when it's applied. If you go and she has her data stream thing stack, she just will cleanse it, you know. So, like, that's kind of like the thing there. I will say there's obviously, like, trying to run things like Alicorn. It's just one of the things that you don't usually use for a lot of stuff. But I would say for that type of scenario, Alicorn definitely would be something that would be more than likely a must invest so that you could have more chances to purify. But yeah, I would say for her, you would have to get the Dreamweave procs to proc more. And I think it also, does she have Dreamweave in her skill? No, that's Dream Guide. No, it actually is in her skill 1 too. It is in her skill 1 too. So yeah, her chance of proccing and applying, it would at least be her level 3. So I think Freya would be an option too. And that's the thing, like, you would still have to run things like dot damage can go into shield. So you could run things like artisans, for example. The other thing is too, and the character I kind of sort of, the problem is this, right? Like, because there's a lot of characters I was trying to do, like, different dungeons with. Like, I was trying to force like, even when I was doing Shadow Flame Hoyan, like Rin is actually really good, but I don't think she's great to use unless you're able to make her faster. I don't have that ability. So, like, I could kind of control the fight for a little bit, but once I go on, like, my cooldowns and stuff is just starting to kind of spike, and now the stacks is building up and I can't control those stats, it's GG. And that's why people still use things like Vice, because Vice's taunt is built into a skill 1. So, like, after he's skill 3s, all he does is skill 1. So, like, versus, like, even with what's her name, with what's her called, Rin has her shield. That's like the sustain aspect of her, but it doesn't proc unless her skill 2 is up. Whereas, like, Vice, even though he's only taunting the one character, he still has the passive that will proc and share healing and stuff like that too. And then you build him with the Fortissimo. So it's like certain characters that can kind of manipulate that, but, like, for her, she doesn't have any healing, it's just shield, right? So if she doesn't have them taunted and hitting into her shield, then things just are ramping and you're gonna die. So, like, with Sharon, it's kind of the same ordeal. The main thing is that she can't actually be debuffed. I think the 2 ads on the side can. I think they can. Hold on, let me see something. Because Red Kachi, because I was thinking even with Red Kachi, he could push her back. But the problem is that because she's immune to all this crap, like, let me see real quick. That ungear my Kachi the Guard I did. There is Kachi the Guard too, but Kachi the Guard, again, if he's not super fast and skilled up, it's gonna be much harder for him to keep or maintain, like, immunity on you. So hold on, let me see something real quick. I just want to see if he pushes back, because she's guaranteed to go before me. That's kind of the problem. And I don't think he pushes her back. Yeah, he doesn't even affect her, but it can affect the ads. Because Sharon herself isn't like the tankiest unit. She just hits really, really freaking hard. Yeah, she's just like completely ignoring that. And then even with like Kachi, Kachi has a pretty low chance of consistently stunning, which is kind of the thing. If he was a multi-hitter like what's his name, Obel, it would be way better. But 35%, which times 2ing that is like 70 something percent, plus the amount of effect accuracy required, which is like 200 plus. Yeah, it's still gonna not land. Not as much as you would like it to. Except Rengoku is worse, in my opinion. He is. Like, it's definitely doable, but I would say it's just much easier if you have a Doki or Lily. But I think it's doable. But the problem is too, is like a lot of people aren't investing in or haven't invested in like a Freya Dreamweave. Not most casual players haven't, because she works so well out of the box. But like when you really think about it, she only has a 35% chance of applying that additional stack of Dreamweave, and that makes a big difference in whether or not you're getting debuffed. That also can affect your Doki Doki runs too. So going from a 35% chance to an 80% chance is kind of huge, like, to be honest. And then of course the 3-turn cooldown for the reapplication of it. So I honestly think Freya's the answer for this for a lot of people. It's just, I don't really know the metric of what investment looks like for people in terms of their Freya, because I'm honestly pretty sure Freya can do it, because, or replace them as far as like, especially like the Doki Doki directly, because Lily is not really so much of a direct replacement, because Lily is there to just rotate your DPS as fast as possible so that you don't have to worry about even being in the fight that long. But yeah, Freya with the Dreamweave is really potent, and the faster she is, the quicker you can get this to the quicker you can get this cooled down. And on a 3-turn cooldown, that's gonna rotate pretty quickly for her. So I think it's just like stuff like that that's kind of like make or breaking like certain runs. Again, it goes into the fact of like accessibility to how many perfect lattices you can get to be able to work on all the things that you need to at this point in time. So yeah, we're going on what, like 2nd month, right? Being almost done, or done just about. So considering that like the 1st month, most people weren't even able to clear everything. I know there's some people that throw that out there. Well, you should be like at like this amount per month. I'm like, well, that's if you're clearing everything, and most people can't clear everything. So like, yeah, it's like that number is going to be probably somewhere close to like 3/4, if not half, for a lot of people. And if you're at half to 3/4 of that number, then your investment isn't that crazy on units yet. You say you still haven't put anything into Freya? Yeah, Freya, I will say, like, that's what I was saying earlier, is that like my next investment choices are going to be things like my Freya, my Doki Doki, stuff like that. You said don't even need last to cooldown shell. You said almost beat everything. Said Freya needs to be fast with good cooldown. Said don't even need a ladder. Said the cooldown shell is fine. Yeah, you can also do the cooldown shell on her, but the thing is that like you still got to lattice her at least for the 80%, right? But yeah, you can absolutely throw the the cooldown shell on her to make up for the cooldown. That's a little RNG, but it's not that crazy because the percent chance for the cooldown is pretty high. But yeah, you got to get the Dreamweave proc, because going from 30-something% to 80% is nuts. You said Freya's low-key one of the best units in the game. No, easily. Like, easily, because you got to think about it. If out of the box, right, and this is the reality, is if you're out of the box good, what does that mean? Like, how good are you when you actually are invested in? That means you're probably better than like 99% of characters in the game, because some characters have to be invested to even be good to begin with, right? Like, she literally is good without any investment. So that's like, that means that her investment value makes her even better at that point. So her, like, again, the cooldowns, the dream weave, increased chance. The damage, like, I think people miss that. Like, her damage will go up on the nightmare proc when you actually scale her up. So that means that your DPS now can scale their damage. They can hit harder. So there's little things like that that like will take a character to a whole nother level, and the percentage might not seem like much, but when you're, you know, hitting with units doing like things with revelations and stuff like that, yeah, it's gonna make a big difference when you start tallying that up over the course of a fight. You said, I'm gonna just put Lily and I can barely build her, so I need to chill a bit with summoning. Said I still need to farm so much. Yo, Rashawn, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, a lot of it is like, yes, there's characters that can make things much easier, but like, there's also the matter of like your resources being spread too thin. Like, if you want to build that now, like you got that Lily, if you want to build Lily, you got to at least skill up her skill 1, right? And this is what I made that video a while ago about like summoning and how it starts to make the game feel like how E7 felt before they start giving a ton of resources to do things. Like, you would basically pull until you had so many units that you almost never actually built anything, or it didn't feel like you were really building anything because you had so many units just sitting there. So that's kind of like also the thing too, is like you want to work on things, but I think that that's why even like with like say take for example like Fuchi, for example, like she made sense to summon because if you summoned her, you didn't have to technically put anything into her. So she used the second unit to come banner wise in the game that didn't require anything, right? I would say Yelly is probably the only exemption from that because her investment is so high that, and it makes her so good that like, honestly, it wouldn't even like affect you if you just took the time to build her up, because she can literally do everything in the game, from PvE to PvP, right? So like Yelly, comparatively to like what people felt like with like say their Messiah is still a really good unit, but the problem is that like when Yelly came, she just kind of self-facilitates herself way better. So it was kind of like, can't really do too much. I already 5 out of 5 to my Messiah. So like, it's like, you can't really do too much about that now. Again, Messiah is still great, but Yelly just so happens to give herself crit rate buff, defense breaks, still buffs. Like, she's kind of ridiculous, but it's, again, that's just kind of gacha, right? Like, it's gonna, and that's why I think even sometimes like the best choice that you can make in the very beginning of a game coming out is to not go crazy with hyper investing. And that's what some people did. They waited just to kind of see like what the next banners will be. Cause I think we all kind of knew that, right? Like, we knew, and we said it, that there was going to be an RGB banner that was coming and that there was going to be a light dark banner. So some people waited before they went in and dived or invested into their LD to see what the next LD was going to be because of where they were at. So that's kind of that, right? He said want Doki and Rosa at the moment, but just dupes galore. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm in LD hell right now. I can't get out of it. Like, I literally am trying to pull for some of the RGBs, and it keeps giving me like and then the funny thing is giving me dupes of LDs I don't actually need. So I'm just like, well, here we are. So like, it's funny, it's like I would prefer to have, like, if I could get any dupes, it would be dupes of like Yelly or like, you know, just Shadow Sania, because getting dupes of Yelly actually would be like super insane, because that would allow me to scale her damage more. But yeah, they're like, you're gonna eat these Doki Doki dupes and these Lily dupes and these Heinrich dupes. So that's what I've been getting. I think my last 6 SSRs have been LD dupes. Like, kid you not. And I think I did like probably like 3 or 4 of them on stream. Like, the last couple of times I've summoned, they literally have been LDs. I'm just like, whatever at this point. This is like, you said Godforge really raid? In what way? He says game won't give me dark SSRs besides Shadow Sania, so I have mostly light SSRs. Hey, that's not necessarily the worst. I mean, yeah, Heinrich is really good, but like, yeah, it's, yeah, and then Lily, yeah, you know, I hear you. It said been getting Yelly and Messiah non-stop. Damn. Said in what? Oh, is that Remoka? Yeah, Remoka is just not necessarily something I would want too many dupes of, but actually dupes on her is not bad if you have the layout for the one shot, because they actually will enable her to do her one shot stuff better. That's actually what I'm working on right now, because like I think I've been using the Union shard system to work on her dupes. So I think I'm at right now 45, so I need 5 more. So yeah, that's gonna be a nice little extra push to make her work better, because I know a lot of people are like writing off Remoka, like I can just use Remoka, like I could just use Shieda, and it's like, yeah, you can, but I mean the biggest thing with Remoka is that she's not really used in much else, but she is still one of the best for what she does. So it's like I already invested in her. I don't feel like I regret that investment necessarily, because the other thing is too, like I do a lot of other wave clearing stuff with her. I just be blowing up stuff and wave if I can, and she nukes, cools down, does it again. It's just that she doesn't really have a role in anything else, which is fair, right? Like, so versus like Shieda, I will say definitely has like, especially when you're talking about like the pet or the current meta, like she pairs up with Revelation. You know, she has self-enabling things that allow her to be able to, scale her own damage. She scales her own damage naturally just from her using her abilities and getting buffed. Like, you know, so like she has a lot that just generally makes her more usable and more stuff. So he said I built a count for her earlier, and she does Inferno pretty okay. Yeah, she does, and that's what I was saying is like if I get more dupes in her, the first dupe, like, right, is gonna be, which I think I might have more than one dupe in her right now, but where's she at? I don't think I got a gear. Yeah, the first dupe is a attack HP defense increase, right? And she, I mean, the more attack she has, the better. But the next one is a crit damage increase. So that's why I was like, might as well. Like I was already working on her, so I'm like, I might as well commit, finish the unit, and then once I'm done with her, probably will shift to like RGB wise, maybe my Freya. Probably just go ahead and commit to Freya or Klaus. I don't really know, but we'll see. He said over 1,000 pools, no Lily, Messiah, Shalcini, Klaus, Ramoka, and add insult to injury. I just have the worst luck on Shell RNG and Module RNG. It's so bad. Should have just logged in, do auto battles, few dailies, log out of the game within 10 minutes. No, Zod, I get it. I mean, but that's the thing, man. Like, it's gacha RNG is it's just simply that, right? Like with a general pool, it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to isolate and get things, man. Like it just is. So it's like I'm sitting here like looking at, I don't got Silence. Like Silence definitely would make certain things much easier for me. I don't have Shadow Senia. Shadow Senia would make a lot of stuff easier, for sure. So, but again, it's like you can still figure certain things out, especially because the units you're missing, like even with the class, like I realized like a lot of the times you just gotta kind of like you gotta like, hey, you don't got it, you gotta just kind of like, you gotta self-sustain or tank through it. Like that's why I said like there's certain characters, like if you have like if you don't have Klaus, that raises the value, like say like you're doing things like Doki Doki, that raises the value of like characters like Shieda for you, because that's your unit that's able to defense break for you, right? You have Gray, that raises his value, his stock more. Because there's good, like you gotta have something to help you with scaling your damage, and so it raises the stock of those characters a little bit more. But to have bad luck in all 3 luck areas of the game makes it no fun. So having fun in Silver and Blade and Dragonair. No, I mean I get what you're saying, but it's gonna happen regardless, right? Like, and I think that's kind of the thing. Like, I'll say this, right? Because I think it's almost inherently worse. Like I actually would almost rather not have something than to have something but then still not have the ability to build it. Like that's actually kind of, that actually is worse. Cause like that's the thing. Like I said, like you can have certain things, but if you don't have the gear to make them work properly or the skill up investment, then it's just kind of like, it's like, what do you like? You know, you don't really get the value out of them anyway. And that's what I think a lot of people are running into. It's like, okay, they got the Lily, but then when they're looking at certain comps they were trying to do, it's like, okay, I still need this, I still need that, I still need this. So like I would make certain videos and people would still be screaming like, oh, but you have Kloss. I'm like, well, I'm like, she's RGB and it's not my fault. I use my I think I used my selector on her. So I was just like, I mean, like that's the RNG. Like I can't like go that crazy about it. Like, you know, like that's that. I also think like also part of like the game's like kind of just kind of how it's played out. Like I kind of feel like we probably like on average more people should have probably just held on longer to their whatchamacallit, their selector, to be honest. He said, I really can't, I can't say, yeah, we can't really easily get what we want. So it's part of the game. Yeah, it just is what it is. That's just like gacha luck itself. Now, like I said, now I will say, and understandably so, like the RNG of like actually getting like gear drops and stuff like that, that's a little bit different. But like gacha drops, it's gacha, man. So, it's that kills me that I built Ramoka and she's a one-trick pony. So I want, I want those lasses back, dude. I mean, to be honest, like I actually like my Ramoka, but it's like any nuker, right? Like if you, when did you say Messiah kind of sort of is in the same predicament in a sense? Because like, because honestly, I like at least from a lot of the upper players that I talk to, they're ready to reset their Messiahs too, because it's kind of the same thing in a way. Because like, he doesn't have anything that really self-facilitates his like survivability other than when he kills. So yeah, sure, in PvP he can pop off, but if you're talking about like PvE, the things that are actually really required to make your Messiah work properly, like for example, like people are like, oh yeah, just use Messiah on Doki Doki, but when you look at a lot of those comps, especially some of the initial ones, they were like really fast Mios with lilies on the teams at like plus 177 or 167. And that it basically was enabling it to where he could go a ton of times. So it was like, all right, well, yeah, you get to hit a billion times. So yeah, things are eventually gonna die. But if you're, again, like some people lack speed and they're like, I got my I got my Lily, or I got my Mio. And even some of the people that were like doing some of the initial Infernal clears for like Doki Doki, they were 5 out of 5ing their Mios. Right? Like it was like a lot of people weren't realizing that. And so they would go and build those teams. And it was just kind of like, but again, it's also kind of like that when you have earlier banners coming out too. You say, yes, he said carried you so hard in PvP. He's always been, I've always been crap at PvP. And I have Little and Messiah. Doesn't take skill, so it's lucky for me. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I think the thing also too is like he's kind of almost like directly countered by Yelly too now at this point, because Yelly can still buffs. So that's just not that's just not a fun scenario for Messiah anyway. Cause like if she doesn't still, there's like, okay, he's cooling, but like if she stills his invincibility, yeah. That's fun times. That's fun times. I think like Yelly, for what it's worth, and like I said before, like there's so many different things that I think were just kind of bad plays for like it just like, even I mean really for lack of better words, there's a lot of bad advice that was given, right? Like there was a lot of people that was like that had the opportunity to say get characters like Yelly, but were told not to pull for. like that's I mean I don't know, like it's like stuff like that. There was tons of people told not to pull for Freya. There's people told not to pull there were people told to reset their Shiadas. Like so it's like there's so many different like variations in like how and why people feel the way they do right now. It's kind of like you tack it all together, it's just a cesspool really. I like I said, I'm still chilling and enjoying. I get on, I do my daily stuff, and I go touch grass, man. Like that's just my life. Like I love gaming. Don't get me wrong. I like want to see games do well, but like I just like at this point I'm chilling. Oh, he said reset that Leon immediately. See, the thing is, like, I always give people the option. I always say things like, well, if you want to, but I never will tell somebody directly they have to do something. I just never do that. He said, he said, dude, I forgot I had no red DPS. Me and Simon were trying to tell people that. It's like, well, if you reset her, you're not going to have a red DPS. I was like, and if you do anything, I'm like, you can take the lattice out of her, but maybe still build her back up and then throw the lattice into a different character. But all right, John, take it easy, bro. You have a good gym sesh, man. I'm gonna be in there in a little bit myself. But take it easy, bro. You said my daily routine right now in game is open, run shells, dailies, arena challenge, close the game. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been telling people. Like, I'm like, if at a bare minimum, just stay consistent so that like when things do pick back up and they have certain things implemented, you didn't really miss out on resources, right? Like, I think like at least maintaining your weekly resources should be enough, just because that does still add up, right? Like, you getting the perfect lattices, if you're doing the union content, that's still two perfect two evolution lattices that you could have every single week from just doing union, just being in a union, right? Like, that's still massive. If you could still pick up the shadow print, I mean, that's still going to equate to more value or investment on your units. And I know what a lot of people are going to do, like when they come back, they're probably going to make things better, right? But then there's going to be a lot of people that's like, hey, I want this now. I need the ability to build up my units this way. Like, so that's why I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to put myself in that predicament, because I did it in like games like E7. I did it in Summoners War. And when I came back, everybody that just kind of stayed consistent, they had stuff plus the benefit of the new things coming in, versus like me just coming in. It's like, okay, cool, this is better, but I'm just playing from square where I started now, versus I just had to stay consistent and just was accumulating stuff. And that's why I said, like, even just summoning wise, like if you have a vast majority of the units you need, unless it's a unit that literally requires zero investment, you probably should just save and just continue to stock up resources to build the things you actually need, or that you already have on your account. So yeah, that, and wait, like you said, yeah, waiting for good shells. Like that really is the game for me right now. Like I can't magically make the game drop the shells I need. Like I can't evolve or go up to the next one like I want to yet. So I'm just kind of waiting for that myself. So you said we don't need red DPS. We have the Ting with a sniper and Yelly with the spread shot. Bro, well, that's the thing, Lonzo. Not everybody has Yelly or the Ting. And it's funny enough because like that's the dilemma. The reality is there's some people that don't have the Ting, and there's a lot of people that don't have Yelly, right? And so again, what do you do then? Like, so you got to build up, like, and then again, like, imagine for the individuals that don't have Yelly, Shadow Sania, or Lily. So like, yeah, Miss Zox doesn't have Yelly or Shadow Sania, you know, so she just rocking. You said we actually need a single target DPS that's not not LD. Okay, so what was it I was talking about the other day? Oh, when I asked you guys, I was like, what are your go-to single target DPSs that you just generally use? And it was mainly the Ting. I'm like, that's not a good metric, right? Like even the people that did mention certain units, like say like Chloros, for example, it was like, well, where do you use them? You know, like so it was like, okay, well then, yeah, there's that, right? Versus like the Ting is like literally used in everything if you don't have another alternative. And so it's like, yeah, like and the craziest thing is we do have other single target damage dealers. They're just not that good, right? Like we got Obero, we have Sutomo, we have Victor. So even that, right? Like I was thinking about that and I was like, damn, like maybe they could have like reduced like the damage reduction stuff that Victor was doing, but I don't think they really really necessarily needed to nerf the damage capability of him. I just don't think he needed to have both. Like I think like maybe like mitigating or like kind of taking down some of the like one aspect of him, but like they just was like, nah, he don't get to do nothing. So I'm like, all right, cool. So even like I feel like that was like the comparable other LD unit that we had for single target damage, and now he's on the bench forever until he gets adjusted. So there's just kind of that. You said that's a character in this game, Obero? Yeah, you know that. Yeah, you know that. You know that, Lonzo. You know Obero, the character I 6-starred that I absolutely think is the worst character in the game right now, you know? You said I say they make an SSR to team that's RGB. That could be yeah, I know he's being sarcastic. Honestly, I'm not against that. Like, to be honest, you said for overall, it's so bad because she's such a cool looking character, but she really even if it was just like, even if she like just had the damage numbers, like that would be one thing, but like it's the fact she has bleed and it does nothing. Like bleed literally does nothing in the game. It like literally does nothing. No, bleed doesn't do anything. Like it does zero. Like I could throw 30 bleed stacks on something and you won't even tell that it ticked. Like, I've done it on stream where I've literally put her on a count build where she's had like 4K plus 1,000 attack. Then you add the extra 1,200 for like, because bleed scales off of attack, by the way. So yeah, there's something wrong. I think maybe possibly with the interaction into defense, maybe with bleed. But I don't know. I'm not that savvy, to be honest. But for what I can tell you, it don't do nothing. Like it don't do nothing. He's a real. Thought the two katana guys are kind of ass for single target. Yeah, they're not like crazy. Not for a lot of PvE stuff. Like in PvP, Tsutomu kind of does get a pass. He clears in some PvP stuff, but like, am I gonna build that RGB or am I gonna just build the team who can do both? Right? Like that's the mentality. That guy said I don't have her as well as Oval. Said I've done 500 summons and say how many SRs I'm missing. Dude, I mean 500 summons is nothing though. Like when you really think about it, it took me just to get Oval, it took me almost 1,300 pulls to get him. And that was my first copy. That's the game. Like that's why when people throw like, oh, just use this unit, I'm like, bro, it's not like you could get like completely assed out on a unit like to that hard. Like that's why I said, like, I know, like, when some people are like, yo, I don't have a deting, I'm like, damn, I get it. Because, like, I literally didn't have Oval until I was already in endgame. Like, I was just like, so I'm already at this point. I'm like, I have to figure out life without him, right? And Oval is busted. Like, he's a really, really good unit. But I guess, like, we could say the same thing about, like, units like deting and stuff like that, too. Even Kachi the guard, right? Like how many people don't have Kachi the guard? Kachi the guard is busted, and a lot of people just don't have him, right? Because he's an LD. You said it's also surprising that we don't have a good tank in the game for SR, like a real tank. Like I think everybody everybody does fall a little bit more into like just like more bruiser. I think I haven't seen, but I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, isn't that kind of just tank and PvP in general? Like, they just kind of seem to fall more bruiser anyway. But then again, not really, because even in now I'm thinking about it, like in E7, you had characters like was it Arrowell? Like she didn't really, I don't remember her if she actually did any damage, but she had really good buffs and stuff like that, and just support. Like yeah, she was just like a whole ass tank. Yeah, I like, because then you had like bruisers like ML is it ML Crow? I think it is. Or is it ML Crow? Is it yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's ML Crow. So yeah, we don't have anyone that's necessarily just like full-blown tank meister basically. Yeah, I think everything kind of seems like more bruiser. Yeah. You said I wanted to build Rahu, but Hurry's high investment. He is. I think it is LRK. Is that? Yeah, I think it is LRK. Yeah, I think he falls more into bruiser. That man can freaking one-shot you. Like, you can straight up cleave your team. Like, what are we talking about? You said still no Shadow Sania for me. You said no for the cost investment. So I don't need a necessary tank when you have a tank like tank and Vice. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Vice is a thing. He is a thing. Yeah, Vice is a thing. But I feel like Vice isn't even just like really just a. He's not even really a tank. Like, he's kind of like a. He can tank, but he's a freaking healer. That man's ability to like just keep stuff alive is nuts. But yeah, I mean, I do get what you mean. Like he's nuts. And I think, yeah, Kachi does fall into more of like a pure tank, but like what Light was saying was an SSR that's like that. So yeah, we do have Vice. We got Kachi to guard. But yeah, there's no notable SSR that's like that. Yeah, because like even Rahu is Bruiser. Holden is defense scaling, but he's still like most people use him to open and strip, and he's still doing damage. Like he can still one-shot stuff with his skill too. Like like they're a little bit more Bruiser. He's like keeping stuff alive, huh? Sounds like a tank. He's yo, that's like the paladin role, I guess, right? Like, but then it's like we could say that with freaking Ling Lo. She's a full sin healer. You said Vice taunts, that's tank stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But like I said, what Light was saying was an SSR. That's like that. You said Kachi ain't no tank, he's a support. Bro, yes. Yeah, but then again, not necessarily, because what Tank's jobs are to try to mitigate as much damage as possible, if not control the fight. And that's what he does. He's basically enabling and making sure that you're not taking damage. He gives you immunity coverage so you don't get debuff. He is reducing how much damage you potentially can take by having a crit rate down in his skill 1. And then he's also facilitating whoever he's hitting with his skill 2, that he's pushing them back. So yeah, he kind of gets the pass on, I feel like, that paladin tank-ish role, right? Like he's not a bruiser. he's not healing you either. So and also too, like support, it's like the roles are just also so like, they're so vast because some units are hybrid, so they'll like be a combination of something, so they're not just one thing. So yeah, I mean that there's also that. You said Paladin's a good comp. Yo, dude, Paladins are all like, you know who's actually a Paladin? Actually, pre-nerf, that, believe it or not, despite the damage aspect, I think the closest we had to that specifically was actually Tiamat. I actually think it was Tiamat, because Tiamat did the tank stuff. She AoE taunted, she shielded, she freaking gave a heal over time, which she started doing healing stuff too though. But that's what paladins do. Like she's over there damage sharing. Like she was probably the closest to that. Like that, like honestly, I have spoke about that, like that we don't have enough units that can taunt, and it's not even just so much like, because I mentioned it with Ren, right? Like I was like, Ren is a great example of a mechanic that can work, but it's just like in PvE, like one thing that would actually make her a little bit better is like 2-turn taunt. But the problem is also, I understand, like with the way that they balance in this game, they don't separate PvE and PvP. 2-turn taunt can be problematic in PvP because that can get abused. So it's like, I'm just like, damn, all right, like it's kind of necessary for certain fights, because there's literally fights where it's like, if you taunt, that's equivalent value to a CC, and it doesn't, like, say like Shadow Flame Hongyan, you're not building up the stacks anymore, right? Even though you're getting hit, you're taking on that damage, but it's not building up the stacks from the 2 adds. So you can actually just taunt the whole time and just kind of deal with it. But it's like you have that AoE taunt, and then it's just all single target, so you no longer can control the 2 adds on the side. So now that they're getting, they're no longer being controlled, now they're just ramping and doing whatever they want. And then it's like still then trying to facilitate having enough DPS to finish the fight. It's like it's just like certain things are weird. But taunt is like a really, really strong mechanic. It's just, I think, again, like you said, it's like accessibility to it isn't nearly as high as it should be. to be honest. Like it's so dumb because it's literally fights that tell you to taunt. It's like immune to everything but taunt. I'm like, yo. But then like if you really want like taunt to work for some characters, they need to be stupid fast. Like if you want a Rin to work in a Shadow Flame Hoyan, and I've tested it, I don't even have the speeds to actually do what I know she can do, which is actually facilitating that fight. She has to be super fast. You can't do it with her having average speed. Like she just won't be able to do it. She's gonna have like a weird window where like she just can't. She's not controlling anything, and you just get clapped. So the thing is, Tank can also be a buffer while debuffing the enemy and still have good CC at the time. At the same time, so I feel like tanks are allowed to do that. That's why. Or that's what we are missing. Yeah, I think that, and that's the thing too. I think it was like some of the roles kind of like overextended, too much into another lane, right? Like take the Tiamat for example, right? Like Tiamat, I think yes, it was cool that she could do all that busted damage, but like chick didn't need a healer, she didn't need a shielder, she didn't need a CC'er, she didn't need like she basically like got stronger the lower her HP got, and it could like one tap your whole party. Like, I mean, you know what I was actually thinking about though. Tiamat kind of reminded me a little bit of like some of her kit, at least, like especially like the transforming into the dragon mother form. It kind of gave me Dark Corvus vibe. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, like how like if you got Dark Corvus to the brink, to that like brink of death, like man would straight up one tap whoever he's hitting, but it wasn't AoE though. Like like he could definitely like just full set beat somebody if you don't finish him properly. But it was just kind of that. Like I kind of felt like they were trying to aim for that, but then she was just too overtuned because it was like, all right, I'm going to be super busted in everything else I do, and then also be a DPS at the same time, or transform into a DPS and go right back to being a busted tank. I was like, yeah, that rotation is just so toxic. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's definitely rough. So game is 90% speed. Says stinks. I mean, the thing is like we have certain tools to slow things down, but I think like what Light is saying too is like pretty valid. Like the standard team comp that you need in order to do that properly, we don't have that fully for every single setup, right? Like, so some of the setups end up being like mad weird. Because like in reality, like your standard setup, like you have your tank, you have your support, DPS, and then like healer or debuffer, like, right? Like it's like those are like your kind of standard setups. And so when you're missing something as important as the person that can like kind of aggro and like facilitate where damage is going, how like who's able to even deal damage to you, it's like kind of like almost any game you play. Like I know like a lot of you guys that might have played like MMOs, if you come from like the Final Fantasy or like WoW and stuff like that, like certain roles are super important. Like the tank, like take Final Fantasy for example. Like if you have a bad tank, you just die. Like the tank is literally there to facilitate like literally one-shot gimmicks and mechanics and making sure everybody is not dying in certain phases of the fight. So even in turn-based, it's not exactly as active. It's still the same concept. It's like those units are there to facilitate certain things. So yeah, what I learned while playing Silver and Blood, I was wondering why Etheria didn't feel the same. Yeah, like, yeah, you kind of see that layout, right? Like there's the tank, there's the support or the healer, and then there's the DPS. You have some units that are debuffing in the back. You might have your range DPS, other units that might summon, whatever it may be. But that tank facilitates everything. That tank facilitates everything. If your tank goes, the whole team pretty much dies. Like that's literally just how it works. Everything dies from there. So it's definitely something that matters, and that's why if you notice like units like Kachi the Guard, the Vices, once people actually started building those and started having that piece to the puzzle, they started seeing more success in building more consistent teams. And it's just kind of no way around that. Like I think some people just like, I think that was what was initially pushed, was just the ooga booga. Let me just build supports and damage scalers and DPS. And once that kind of was like, okay, yeah, not everybody can do that. There's, you know, you said who are the best red DPS? You've had her from the very beginning. You've had her since day one, you know? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call Hellkit a DPS. I mean, he could do damage. But yeah, what other red DPS is there? Like, I mean, maybe Hoden's skill too. Sure, right? But overall, it's gonna be Leon. It is literally Leon. I kid you, it's literally Leon. If you're talking about dot, like outside of like, if we're talking about raw damage, it's Leon. If you're talking about dotting, it's Fangus. Yeah, I'll give it to Fangus any day. But if we're talking about raw damage output, it's Leon. Like if we're talking about like just like attack scaling, crit damage, all that stuff, like with him, it also is kind of like dot is dot. So, I mean, there's that. But yeah, it's gonna be between those two. But I would say Leon. As far as SSRs, it's Leon. We don't have anyone else. So the other thing is too is a lot of the team comps that most people build her on, they actually don't enable her. So a lot of people were like pushing like, so like for example, for me, right? I use my Leon all the way up into Hell 3 of Terramatan on a faster team. Any higher, she has to be on a slower team. Any higher, it has to be a slower team. And the thing is that what I noticed was that a lot of people would put her on teams where she's not getting buffed. So so they would like have a whole bunch of debuffers and no buffs, and they're like, her damage sucks. I'm like, well, you're not really using her right, but I mean, there's that too. Like, I'm like, you know, and they're like, wow, I never read that in her skill 1. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like building a character on momentum, but then having no debuffs to actually use the momentum scaling. It's the same thing. It's like you said, and that skill 2 spread is really doing well for her. Yeah, honestly, the spread, like it's so much like, and I did ask them to buff her, by the way. I actually did ask the developers to buff Leon if that's going to be the case with us having literally just her. I would say single target damage though, you do have Chloros, right? But I mean, there's that, right? Like Chloros is a ramper, and if you can ramp him quicker, he'll output more. He'll definitely output more. I forgot about his ass. Yeah, Chloros actually will output more if you can ramp him. But that's also like, those are the team comps that people hate. Like it's like the Ting Lily, like with Chloros, right? Like that's like that's the cops that get you ratio. Like, oh brother, you use Lily. We don't want to hear about that. So I don't even talk about that because nobody is trying to hear that. You said Veronica any good? Yeah, Veronica's actually really good. She was amongst some of the first setups to actually clear Inferno. For like Terramatan, she's still a reliable unit in PvP. They actually rebuffed her. They nerfed her and then they buffed her back because nobody was using her. Veronica, also AoE Soul Ward unit. The only other unit that can provide something similar is Valerian. But Valerian is based off of whoever dies first, she stops them. But Veronica is the only unit that can give the entire party Soul Ward, which prevents them from dying, right? The only other character that can do that specific gimmick is Hoyan, but it's for herself, right? So, yeah, it's like, yeah, Veronica, with the fact that she then can still buffs and then facilitate it and give it to her party. I think they had like the nerf they initially did to her was like, it was like they reduced the chance of the spread or something like that. It was like really dumb. So it just like completely took her value away. I think what they did do though to balance her, because Veronica was actually more busted than she needed to be, because Veronica could actually steal buffs from any character. So they had to actually do things like this. I had somebody yell at me about this because they were like, "This never said that," and I'm like, "No, it did, or it didn't." Now it says in the description that like things like Underworld Flower can't be stolen, because we literally, and I mean, there was plenty of people that was there. We watched Veronica before she got adjusted initially. She was stealing buffs like that and fully resurrecting her entire team. Like, it was so dumb. And I was like, dude, I played tons of turn-based games. Not one game have I ever seen where a character could steal unique buffs. They could steal general buffs, but they would never, ever, ever able to steal a unique buff and use it against the character. So seeing that, I was like, yeah, that character's gonna get nerfed. We knew that was gonna happen. We just didn't think she was gonna get nerfed into the ground. So they adjusted it, and now she's in a pretty solid spot. But before, she was doing too much. She could literally steal any buff in the game. And that's why, like, when Shieda was doing what she was doing in Doki Doki, we had to tell people like that was never intended, because any opportunity that a character presented something like that, they've gone and nerfed it. Like, they just straight up don't want that interaction at all. So when Shieda was stealing the buff from the freaking giant ad and was hitting him with his like 5,000% multiplier attack up buff, oh, and people were like trying to convince me that we were supposed to be able to do that. But then when I was looking at people's comps, it was unbuilt Shiedas that were 4-star. I was like, are you guys for real? You really are gonna sit here and say you believe you were supposed to be able to do that with a 4-star, unbuilt, unskilled up Shieda? Like, come on, dog. Like, so it was like some stuff. I was like, come on, y'all are dead trolling right now. There's no way you thought that was just supposed to be that way. Because even some people that put out videos about it was like, hey, use it before it gets nerfed. Like, there was nobody that actually thought for real that was gonna stay, or that was supposed to be a thing, because it just didn't make sense. You could do, like, there's no Inferno content that you're able to do with just a 4-star unit that's unbuilt. Like, that's kind of insane. It's a hope you're doing well, man. It's a first time catching a stream, just hopping by, say thank you for your video. Yo, appreciate you for coming through, fam. I hope you have a amazing day, honestly. And I definitely appreciate it. Thank you. So I didn't play beta. Was it they nerf from Victor to make him useless? Basically it's scaling. So to put it to you this way, Victor could essentially one-shot pre-nerf Tiamat, right? And at that point in time, Tiamat was basically, you were able to basically build a Tiamat with just HP, and she was like probably the most busted unit in the game. So Victor could kill her. So if you're saying like, so when you talk about like oppressiveness or OP, the thing with Victor was, it wasn't that he could just kill her, but it was the fact that like he could also facilitate his own survivability. So he was basically the single target version of her. Like, basically, because he could keep himself alive, and he also had damage reduction stuff in his kit that the lower his HP was, you could basically reduce the damage he was taking. So people would, you could actually use him for the one shot for Terramatan too. So him and Dating were basically the dynamic duo that you would put together, and they would just go in and one shot Terramatan and Inferno like it was nothing. And you would just basically force proc. He always had lower HP, so you would force proc to have things lower, to have Terramatan's arm lower his HP, so he would hit at his max potential. And yeah, he was full sending you places. And that's also the problem too, like in a lot of games like this, like what you're mentioning, you said flashbacks about Victor anytime I get the Anasine echoes. That's the other issue with some characters, when there's not a clear separation between PvE and PvP. When a character is a certain way, the AI, that version of them exists in PvE at a higher spectrum. So like characters like that, like when you're talking about like pre-nerf Tiamat, pre-nerf Victor, pre-nerf Veronica, you're dealing with them at their highest potential, which is mad annoying. And if not even more than, because they'll be like level 160 You know, like, so like now you're dealing with them with like the astronomical boss numbers plus the kit they have. So it's like, yeah, no, like most things didn't survive a hit from a Victor, man. It just was what it was. Yo, what's up, Stinky Vanilla? How you doing, fam? Wait, you said 7 buffer. You said S1 gets damage increase when you have the number of buffs. Yeah, it's not just her S1, it's her whole kit. So what they did, which is kind of odd in this game, but a lot of characters have their passive ability written into their skill 1, but it affects their entire kit. So if you look at like Heinrich, his Reaper's Gaze, each time Heinrich attacks, it has a 50% chance to dispel 1 buff from the target. A lot of people would see this on a skill 1 if they did read it and would think it only affects his skill 1. It actually affects all his skills, right? So it's the same thing with her. Same thing with Freya, right? So Freya's passive, which is a dream guide, it talks about the buffs and the turn meter manipulation, but that affects her entire kit. I don't know why they don't just like create a little thing to just indicate and just take that from here and just say passive so that people can know that affects their whole kit and it's not just the skill 1, because it is an odd place just to kind of have that. Most games traditionally, it is clearly indicated that that's if a passive or a unique ability is a unique ability or something like that. Like they'll just separate it, because yeah, some people, like if you're playing for the first time or you don't understand, you're gonna confuse it. So yeah, that's the thing with where's she at? Leon. This is for each type of buff Leon has, damage dealt increases by 6% up to 5 stacks. That's her entire kit. So he said, do you think Born can compare to Messiah with skill ups? Because I have 3 copies of him for no reason. Compared to Messiah, I would say, man, that's a little rough. With skill ups, only reason why I would say not necessarily is because of Revelation. Really. like honestly, like the revelation meta is like a thing. I will say though, Born can still hit very hard. It's just the one hit though, right? Like you're not getting any of the excess, like he can't crit, there's no crit damage involved in that, right? Like he's a count baddie, right? So yeah, he can get crazy attack scaling, but he does cap. Which I mean, obviously everything caps, but because I mean it's just raw damage. He just caps. He doesn't crit. He doesn't do it. He doesn't get any excess value. Versus like everybody else, like you put a Messiah with a damn Lily or a Beolton, dude is doing astronomical stuff that he has no business doing. Plus the Revelation procs. He can definitely still work though, because the other thing with Born is actually really tanky. I think that's the other thing. But the difference between him and Messiah is that Born becomes a lot more tankier organically without having to like force kills. So that's like kind of the thing, like where like Messiah, in order for him to have any of the tank aspect of his kit, he has to be getting kills or proc his skill 3. I will also say too, Born is actually really good at self-facilitating and keeping himself alive, even with his skill 1. Even at basis, skill 1 self-heal is actually a lot better than the lifesteal that like Leon has. He's super nuts for keeping himself alive, to be honest. It said maybe if the description of the ability on the bottom says single damage plus yeah, if it's something to separate it, right? Like, because a lot of people will read this and they think it's just the skill 1. They think it only affects it, so they don't really care too much, because they're like, oh, I'm only doing the skill 3, so why do I care if my skill 1 scales, right? Like it kind of like logically would kind of make sense, because like depending on like what you're doing, do I care that I'm getting like an extra 36% on or what is that, like 30% on my skill 1? Not really, but do I care if that's happening on my skill 3? Yeah, right? Like I definitely would be more aware of that and try to make the team set up more emphasize for that. But yeah, I would say like for PvE though, like I would say Born overall is more PvP in general. So like I think that's kind of also the thing that makes him a little bit harder to compare, because Messiah can do PvE somewhat well, whereas Born it's not crazy. Like I would say he's definitely a unit you throw into much slower comps. He's not going to be in any speed clears. Not any of like the super crazy Inferno speed clears or anything like that. He's definitely standard clear unit if you're going to use him as a DPS. And a lot of the times you still pair him up with somebody else, because there's only like a couple of pairings he really takes advantage of, and it's like Tsukiyomi. That's like really it, because like I said, like everybody else, they kind of get the advantage of being able to use, you know, say the Biotins or the Kachis or Yang or Gray or you know, Lily. Like they get to use so many other characters, and I feel like all he needs is something else to like just really enable him. He's gonna be super meta. Like I really feel like he has a crazy solid kit for a DPS, but so you think he'll do well in a bruiser comp with Freya, and suggest some other bruisers. I mean, yeah, I mean he could do well with her, because the other thing is too, like again, it depends on what you're trying to do though. Like, are you like, if it's like PvP, depends on like how you're building your Freya, but like a lot of dudes are doing like Revelation Freyas and stuff like that. So with her being a multi-hitter, also then still having the extra effect of turn meter manipulation, with buffing and debuffing, and then depending on the investment in the Freya, you can scale your damage further. There's more self-healing that comes from that too. So like that's pretty, that could actually work extremely well, really. And then she kind of can help cover like certain like debuff mitigation, just bit my tongue, debuff mitigation and stuff like that. But I would say, yeah, other bruisers, it's like, it's the Rahu, it's the Hodens. I'm trying to think who else is like super predominant. That's bruiser. Tiamat is still busting in PvP too. Like she needs investment, but yeah, Tiamat is still really good in PvP. You said, just FYI, says the best CC conversation about builds I've ever been. Said I've ever been privy to, says great stuff. Yo, Lou, I appreciate you for being here. I mean, we usually like, sometimes we'll just talk about stuff, like, cause like the game is where the game is at, but yeah, we'll just sit and talk about stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm glad it's that's helping, like, cause that's the thing. Like the only way you get better at these games is like, in reality, like you have to do more RTA, right? Like if you really want to get good at the game and like actually understand interactions, like there's the interactions for things in PvE, but I will say in games like this, your horizons broaden much more once you do PvP more often. Which is why I want more people to get into PvP, because like, and at least the ability to be able to do it, right? Because PvP allows you to really understand like how you can make something work, or even just different types of builds. And then even some of those things you can take into other content and be like, you know what, like this might work here, and then it ends up working, right? And then that's something you can also use or transition or transmute into your PvP setups. You said she needs a whole team though with like 2 healers. Yeah, because there's Ling Lo still. That's pretty predominant. You still see Sania too. Like they're just not like, I mean, like it just depends on like the setup, because even, and I would say setup and build, right? Because even like with like a Freya that's using like things like Revelation, and if you're trying to cut, you can do things like put Freya on bulwark, right? That's an easy way for you to manipulate turn manipulation from her passive without even having to actually do anything. Don't know if they're gonna keep that though, because that is kind of like one of those things that just kind of exist that like I don't think a lot of people actually know, but it is still cool, right? Like it's little things like that, right? And so that's why I think also like kind of knowing the unit is kind of, you know, like you said, one thing I learned was Freya is faster with Bork because of but yeah, that's literally because of her passive. So she starts out, so and it's interesting because then you go and you actually get the skill up with her, or you get to use a skill with her, and then boom, now you're you already rotated everybody. Like it's just nuts. And then the fact is then tacked on with debuffing and stuff like that. Like, she has so much value. That's why I don't get why, like, the emphasis of like skipping her, because it was just like, this unit really doesn't require anything. And if you do invest in her, she's even more busted. And then the build makes her even more busted too. So yeah, I mean, between that, I mean, there's still different setups. Like, there's not just the Revelation setup. There's plenty of other setups that can still facilitate or give you that buff. You know, like, there's so many different things that you can do. I know, like, a lot of people, even with like, and it's at the higher spectrum, not everybody has the ability to do it, but a lot of people are dealing with Revelations like it's nothing. Like, they're just like, yeah, I just lighthouse my way to success, my way to success. So just people just like tripling every, like, and that's what I noticed. Like, a lot of comps is like, it's like triple counter everything. Like, it's like triple Revelation, triple Lighthouse, triple Artisans, triple, you know, like triple gigabytes. And then you start seeing the people with the mix. Like, I think the EWS kind of showcase a little bit more mixed stuff. But when you're like in that in between, there's a lot of different variations that you're gonna see. Double codexes, double gigabytes, the double artisans. Like, it just all kind of depends on like what you got. And that's, I think, the thing with the game right now too, is like, it's so hard to just be like, yeah, go build this, because like a lot of it is like the shell plus then the matrix bonus that you need, right? And a lot of people are just struggling to get the matrix bonus that they need to even facilitate or to make that build that they want to do. So it's like, it's like, what do you do at that point other than like try to finesse something else, right? So it's just one of those things right now. But like I said, hopefully that's like one thing, whatever like massive overhaul they do, they definitely address drop chance. Because even if I was getting trash stuff, like, I don't even care. Like, give me trash, I'll take trash just so I can have the set bonus, like, or just so I could like maybe roll and maybe get a speed roll on it that's decent, like, or whatever. Like, I don't care. And I think that that's also the thing too, is like some people just aren't even getting the trash. Like, when you even look at like out of all the Doki Doki that I've done so far, and I mean, I respectively so spent more time in Nico Nana and just farming shells and doing Shadow Flame Hoyan. I was doing that for like a week, and doing like mainly Nico Nana, trying to get the sets that I need from there. You you gotta come to find like the drop really isn't that crazy. Like, you get to Inferno and then the drop is definitely like, you could go a couple days max refilling and you might see a couple pieces. Like, you might get a couple of pieces that are third matrix bonus, which you know, that's gotta, and then it actually be something that's like of value. Yeah, it's that's rough. I mean, it's gear farming for sure, but it's just like, dang, dude, like, we gotta RNG our way to be the best there ever was with everything. So just managing right now, I guess, is just kind of the thing. It said I was about to skip her, but then I started struggling with Terror, and I was like, why am I struggling? I played the beta. What am I missing? Then clicked, and I was like, oh yeah, nah, never again. It's funny though, because she has such low investment. It's like no investment required to actually get her to work. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. It's the name of the game, and that's why I always try to push people, like, whatever information I can share to hopefully help people get better with the game sooner than later, so that they can start making more educated decisions for themselves and based off of what they need. That's kind of where you want to go. Because what I'll tell you this, right? One of the most annoying things, or actually not even just annoying, one of the things that I would say is one of the main reasons why it's so difficult for people to get back into games like Epic 7 and back into games like Summoner's War, etc., is because if a new player goes to, say, a group of people that play E7, right, just goes into Discord and says, hey, what should I do? Like, what should I be investing in? What should I be like trying to aim for? Everybody and their mom is gonna have a different opinion. Like, and I mean, like, completely different too. Like, they might have a couple of units that they'll like, and they'll even maybe agree on a unit, but then they'll have a complete different build preference. They're like, nah, I think nope, that build's dumb. I think it should be this build. So then you're just sitting there like, or somebody will tell you to do a build, that literally requires you to have the best speed in the game or something dumb. Like they'll just like straight up set you up for failure. Oh, you got that character, you win. But not mentioning the fact you don't got the artifact, you don't even got the right speeds. You don't got none of that stuff to make that stuff work. And that's why I think like sometimes it's like, that's why like that tier list, certain things are kind of bad without explanation, because it sets people on the wrong path of thinking they're going to do something like a certain way, but they can't because they don't actually have those things to do it. So it's so important to emphasize those things, and that like is again why I always try to push people to learn or to try to teach them certain things, because it's like, hey, even my preferences might not be the thing that will be the thing that gets you there clear on your specific account, right? Like there might be like again a matter of your drops. You might have gotten something to make things easier. You might not have gotten something, that you just haven't gotten something to make it easier. We say, let me give you a challenge build. Infernal Sharon so Lily said the amazing Fuchi and Doki and Doki duo. Well, I want to do more, but I'm kind of at the mercy of skill ups, really, right? Like I know if I want to do, like say like I was telling you, like with the Freya, I know I got to skill her up. I need 4 perfect lattices, and I'm not buying them. So I'm like sitting here like in order for me to even attempt to try that, I need to actually I need to get the lattices. I got content I can clear to get it, but or at least get some of it. But I definitely want to get more investment in her to actually try her out. Sania, I have seen some stuff with her. Yeah, Sania, I have seen some stuff with her. She's actually pretty good at facilitating purification really well, because she literally purifies every turn she gets. And then even her with like things like Fortissimo, she can keep health up like really, really well. So yeah, it's like the Mia, like even like with a lot of teams, I've been like slowly but surely trying to like diminish how many SSRs I'm throwing into the team, just to create more of like a sense of like, okay guys, you should have this at least. But even then there's still like SRs that people are still missing. You said I feel like Sania slept on, said underrated rather. Yeah, a lot of people think she's garbage still. And not that she was ever garbage. They just like, the problem is that she wasn't doing the OP thing she was doing before, so she was written off as trash. So she's always been what she's been. It's just like not oppressive. It was more of a PvP thing than anything, and it was really the pairing. Like her with Tiamat was what really made Tiamat really broken. Like that's really what made Tiamat super broken. It was the original Sania was the triple stack of all powerful protection. So you could stack 60% more HP on the Tiamat, and then Tiamat was built with HP. So yeah, good luck killing her. And then the passive, it used to be that even if you CC'd or like you did any form of CC, stun, taunt, like whatever, Sania got to use her passive. Sania was busted. She was actually better than Ling Lo, which was kind of a bad thing, just because Ling Lo is an SSR, but she was super ridiculous. Like you could literally, you say, yeah, Sania was kind of good. She was OP before, so you freeze her and she still purifies. Like, hello, yeah, she was doing way too much. You could CC her, freeze, stun, taunt. It didn't matter what it was, she would purify it. And it was like so messed up, because then you remember that she's not only purifying just who like her, but she also purifies someone else. So you could like say CC someone else on the team, say it's the Tiamat or something else, and now she's purified everybody. And then to add insult to injury, people would build her with like dumb stuff like Alicorn. Like I'm like, that's unnecessary. She's gonna purify anyway. And Alicorn used to be more oppressive because Alicorn used to actually dispel 3 debuffs. So pairing that together with Sania, and I also think a huge contribution to why Doki Doki got written off. Doki Doki also used to do something really oppressive with purification. Now she purifies up to, what is it? Let me see. Yeah, she can only purify 2 debuffs. Yo, would you believe me? Like, and this is for those that didn't play, but would you believe it that Doki Doki could purify all debuffs at one point? Like, for one stack, she could purify all debuffs. So, like, somebody could hit you with the gusto. Like, they defense down, tech down, speed down. Here's 4 dots. Here's the CC. And Doki Doki would get a turn. All of it gone. You know, just like, oh, and you get to do that how many more times? Like, oh, okay. Like that was like this, that was so messed up, bro. It was so messed up. So it was oppressive turn meter dispelling, and then you had the damage amp, the turn meter push, all that stuff. It was so messed up. It was so funny though. And then people would have her built on like alicorn. I'm like, bro, I'm like, yo, like, so you just can never do nothing. You said, yeah, alicorns is so impressive, and how I know is that I built it without even reading what it does, bro. Yeah, alicorn was nuts. Alicorn was absolutely nuts. Like, yeah, they balanced out so much stuff because I think people like now, like even live people just like, oh, Revelation is not gonna have anything done to it, but I'm like, hey, it's possible. I mean, I didn't think they were gonna change Codex necessarily, but they did. I mean, Codex was again really oppressive too, but they just nerfed the interactions of like skill cooldowns and gave it a longer duration so you couldn't abuse it because yeah, Codex and Magic was basically, I almost feel like Codex and Magic was low-key would have been pre-nerf. Codex and Magic would have actually low-key been worse than Revelation because it was just allowing you to almost infinitely rotate your skills. Like you could literally infinitely rotate damn near your skill 3, like with Oval, or yeah, it was like Oval was definitely a really popular one to do it with, like damn near skill 3ing every turn, and you might have a gap turn. like there's like you said, I feel like they may nerf Rev for PvP, especially after EWS. Yeah, I think I don't see why they want it. Like I just think it's an unrealistic expectation to think they might that they're not gonna touch that shell. Like, because again, all the super oppressive things that like a lot of people play into, they have adjusted every last thing. Because again, like if you want balance, you like, yes, it's like it's a difference between something being super oppressive versus like for example, being good, but also having a countermeasure to it that's also just as good. And a lot of people that's like, oh, well, there is a metric, but it's like, well, who's using that counter metric and how much of the player base is actually even able to do that, right? It's like, we're talking about maybe 5% of the player base possibly can do that. Most people are getting cracked on because of Revelation. So they're not gonna look at just the 5%. They're gonna look at the entire player base and how this specific thing is affecting everybody in the game. Because and what it's really gonna boil down to at the end of the day is how accessible they want to make something. If they don't want to make other things more accessible, they're gonna nerf it. That's really what's gonna happen. Because if they make things more accessible to where people can actually properly build countermeasures, then I don't think they'll touch it nearly as much. But if they do not want to actually give accessibility to certain things, I think they're gonna nerf it, like for sure. And it might not, and I don't think it's gonna be something super harsh, but I think it's gonna be enough to where people can't necessarily abuse it, and they're gonna have to kind of come up with other things to also use in conjunction with it. But yeah, like full sending, like again, like they ask people like, hey, is Revelation being, or ask the devs, is Revelation being used as intended or is working as intended? And their answer was yes, but I don't think they intended for people to build supports, DPS, and your tanks all with Revelation. Like, I don't think everybody was intended to necessarily have that as the build, but it's like, hey, everybody doing it, you know, and they weren't going to touch anything. They said, we're not going to touch anything right now. So that's where the whole thing came in, where they were like, we're only going to touch things off season, right? So I think, yes, Revelation works as intended, how it's supposed to proc, how it procs. I just don't think it was intended for everybody and their mom to be equipped with it. Because also, if you think about that, if you only are ever building everything with one thing, that's not you. That's not build diversity. Like that's gonna become a boring meta real fast if everybody's just building the same thing. You said I feel like nerfing Revelation would be kind of hard. Yeah, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing for sure. I don't think it's gonna be a easy task at all, because the problem is that they don't have a clear separation in the game for anything. And so like and it's like I'm on one side, I'm for it if they're doing it for PvE or for PvP for balance, but I'm kind of against it for PvP or for PvE, because it's like, well, people are already kind of struggling, like getting their clears. So then to then kind of like almost force them in a way to have to then change the shell that they're using. That's gonna be a little rough, especially for people that are using the Messiahs, the Yellies, the Shiadas. Like there's a lot of units that actually do use Revelation in PvE so that they can do the necessary damage for you to be able to get through those fights within reason. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot that kind of goes into that. It's a big decision for sure. You said they might increase the requirements for support to use Revelation though, if they could. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like it's like not hard to make it happen, and I think that's the thing too. And that's definitely the thing. You said Doki Doki skill up priority. I think for her, I think it's gonna be her skill 3. Because you want those backup data stacks. And then I guess it depends on the type of run you're doing too. Skill 2 and then skill 1. Yeah. Because let me see here, because this is gonna increase. Actually, she actually, if you're gonna go all her skills, she might be 3-3-1-2. She might be 3-1-2, and the only reason why is because she can purify more on her level 5. That's actually like kind of a big deal to go from 2 to 3, but I don't know. Like yeah, that one she's kind of, because I know you definitely want the increase the turn meter, the stacks increase for the backup data, but more skill cooldowns are like, that's massive. More damage increase to your data stream, that's just going to make it stack better and quicker. And then that purification is big too, because that's like kind of the whole point. And slower comps with her is making sure you're keeping the debuffs off of you. You said if they could label units and then just target that label, maybe 50% less damage when using red. Oh, you know what? That is something that they could do. That is actually true. Like I think yeah, like kind of identifying, like really having like more of a classification on something, so that it kind of doesn't get like it can still be used, so you can still use it, but it's not abused. I think that's actually fair, because I think that's the thing that's kind of rough with the game. I think it's intended for you to be able to build your characters how you want, but within reason. Like it's like you don't want things to be so overtuned that it's like the only thing that people do or building, but you also want to still give players the ability to have build diversity and the ability to pick and choose how they might want to build something for different setups. So it's like you don't want to take the ability away, but you also don't want it to be too overtuned at the same time. That's why I said, I was like, even with the Tiamat, like it's like rough, because it's like you want a unit to be good, but you don't want it to be so good that like players feel like they can't do anything without that unit. That's why I said like we have this, we're in the pickle we're in now with certain things, is like there's that, like people have that sentiment or they feel that way with the game. So yeah, it's a work in progress, man. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. You say you're gonna go to bed? All right, Raf G, appreciate you, fam. I'm actually about to head out myself, man. I gotta make sure I get to the gym before it gets too late. You said I'm using her to clear Ember tracks. I'm maxing her for the SSRs. You said I do have so you don't have skill ups. You can use her without skill ups. You can use Doki without skill ups. The skill ups just make her do what she does better, right? Like that's the thing. Like if she has the skill ups, she's more efficient, or even more efficient. Okay, kind of more similar to Freya, right? Like Freya's good, but if you got skill ups in Freya, Freya's great. right? Like that's the thing. Like it's with her, it just makes her more consistent and it covers more her gaps in certain things. She gets more value, like purifying more debuffs, more stacks. Her capacity goes up. Her damage and speed up buff has a higher threshold, right? So it just makes her do what she does better, but she can still work without any skill ups, for sure. She still can do stuff. You just might have to like say maybe facilitate it with like speed, maybe. That's something that can help depending on like if you're just trying to really have her purify. But if you're trying to take advantage of like cooldowns and stuff like that, she actually needs to rotate after people because otherwise you just kind of waste it. Even the turn meter push, like if she goes first, then she doesn't actually push anybody. Yo, what's good, Shad Mag? How you doing, fam? Yeah, dude, everything's not too bad. I think we streamed today for, when did we start streaming? might have been like 3, was it like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or 3 o'clock? It might have been like 3, 4 o'clock maybe. I don't know. I don't even know how long we've been streaming. Actually, hold on, I can look at the time. Oh damn, never mind. I started streaming at 12:15. Dude, it was so funny. Yeah, so we've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Imagine, right? Like that's just how that goes. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow because we've been playing the we are playing the alpha for Godforge. I'm at like a farming state like part of the game right now. So I'm just gonna be farming that, and then we'll just be doing Godforge and like Etheria E7 and stuff like that. He said bat sub using her Sunny Shadow, Sunny comp. I'm just gonna dot everything to death. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Dot's great, like scaling that stuff. He said, what's your usual stream times? Usually when I do stream, it's actually around this time. It's like, or around the time I started streaming. So anywhere from like 1 to 2 o'clock a lot of the times, because I usually try to do my videos first and then I'll stream afterwards. I've been trying to make sure I at least stream like 2 to 3 times a week at this point, because I do other stuff. Like I run another channel, and then I'm also like facilitating and helping people make their channels, and also started a fresh channel. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, I usually try to make sure I stream like 2 to 3 times a week at this point. And then I'm usually around in Discord, so people usually just be atting me and stuff if they ever need anything or have any questions. But yeah, that's usually how it goes. And I usually try to stream like what is today? Today is actually Wednesday. So like Wednesday, Friday, Saturdays are usually like the days I usually will stream. Sometimes I stream like earlier in the week. But yeah, I usually I'll tell people in the stream like, yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, or I'll be streaming like this day. Only day of the week I don't stream is Sunday. Like that's like a day you'll never really see me ever stream unless it's like a holiday and I'm just trying to check on people. That's it. Like that's about it. But yeah, Sunday I usually don't stream. But all right, guys, I'm about to dip, man. I hope you guys stay safe out there. Appreciate you guys for coming through. Definitely make sure you guys go and sign up for the Godforge, man, so you guys can try that out when the second wave comes out, because I think that would be fun. But yeah, we'll be back. We'll see how much further we can get in Godforge tomorrow, see how much the difficulty spikes, and maybe hopefully have some more units. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Everyone, stay safe out there, man, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. All right, guys. Peace.